Well, hello again, MC Army. I hope you've been well. This is the story of a girl named Gerard. I hope everyone can appreciate my Spirit Halloween press-on black nails because I was too lazy to paint mine. So, I'm a bit of a liar. The Ace Attorney anime video is taking longer than expected, once again, because I love biting off more than I can chew. And I know this is the third video in a row that I'm doing this with. I'm sorry. It's just that, well, first of all, I did a poll and it seems like that's what you guys wanted. So here we are. The reason the Ace Attorney video is taking so long is because I have to do a lot of research to, sound like I know what I'm talking about and, give the topic its due diligence. And I would prefer to talk about it intelligently than just blathering on like I am right now. So yeah, it's taking a lot of research and I'm not getting paid for this, and it's also my first video essay, so I really want to start on a good note. Another reason it's taking so long is that I am a theatrical bitch and I bit off way more than I can chew, and I'm very excited with the direction that I've chosen for the Ace Attorney video, so it's gonna be good when it comes out, I promise. It's gonna be good, it's gonna be somewhat organized, and you will love it, I promise. I swear I'm trying. I'm no James Somerton or Illuminati. I'm not just copy-pasting all my research. I'm gonna have a goddamn long list of sources. I'm gonna annotate everything. I'm gonna do it properly because I'm an H-bomber guy wannabe. But before we get into the fan fiction, I just wanted to pop in from the future to say that I am hosting a raffle for Palestinian relief. I'm going to be raffling off these two portraits that I did. Here we have Frank from that one photo shoot. I don't know. I saw a picture of him and I was like, cool, I'll paint that. The other one is Gerard, looking all bloody and emo and gorgeous. So gorgeous. These took me a while to make. And typically I would charge probably like $100 a piece for these if I were commissioned. And by the way, my commissions are open. If you would like me to do a watercolor portrait of someone else, doesn't matter who, as long as it's from a picture, we're good. First place will have their choice between these two, and the other person will get whichever one's left. So how this is going to work is I have made a list of 6 charities that I have chosen for this raffle, and what you can do to enter is you can make a donation to one of these 6 charities, and for every dollar you donate, that'll count as 1 raffle ticket. And I will use a digital, name picker site to pull names, and depending on how much you donate, the more tickets you'll have and more entries and a higher chance of winning one of the 2 fabulous portraits. The charities that I have chosen for the raffle are the Islamic Relief USA, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, UN Crisis Relief, United Nations Relief and Works Agency, Action Aid, and Anera. So how this works is, if you want to participate, you donate to one of these 6 charities. Once you donate, you'll get an email that has your receipt in it. Take a screenshot of that, black out any sensitive information, please. And you can either DM me the screenshot, or you can email it to me at macaronitrash.art@gmail.com. And that's it. The raffle will end May 15th. So get in while you can if you want one of these lovely little emo lads on your wall. And thank you for helping support Palestinian relief. Okay, strap yourselves in. It's gonna be a long video. Get a snack, get a drink, preferably a cup of blood, do the full ebony darkness, and let's get into it together. So I did 2 long fics in my Wattpad history. 2 like serial fan fictions. They're both pretty similar in concept. I think the first one, So Many Stars in the Sky was the first one. With that one, I I don't think I had a plan going in. I just started writing, and it's just generic high school AU. This one is also generic high school AU, but with like a little bit more structure, a couple more thoughts in my head going in. I did find my planning document for that for the fic that we're doing today, so we'll get into that at the end. Stay tuned. I also first published the first chapter of this fic almost exactly 9 years ago yesterday. 9 years ago yesterday, which was February 5th. I wrote the first chapter of He's the Prettiest Boy at the Party. God. Me and my Frank Iero song lyric titles. I still fuck with that album so hard. It's like such a good depression album. I had that thing on repeat. Every night when I couldn't sleep, I'd be staring out the window at the lights in the streets, the orange lights casting shadows through my window, and I'd be like, ugh, so many stars in the sky, and I don't know why they always fall on me. Meanwhile, I just had undiagnosed autism. And also, I'm learning CapCut. I'm finally learning CapCut, so that means that I can do so many new little editing tricks. I don't have to just deal with iMovies. You can't have more than one picture-in-picture, because why would you ever need that? So hopefully this will make editing a lot easier and a lot more fun. I love talking like this. Fake nails, I'm like always doing this. I love doing this. It's like my gay telepathy. Or the I'm insane. God, that's like one of my favorite TikToks ever. Oh my God, it's literally the definition of me in this era of my life. It's just the I'm insane. I'm crazy. Insane. Asylum. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm insane. I'm insane. Another super fun thing about this fanfic is that it has, I think, the first and only sex scene I ever wrote and published online. It's bad. I have gone back to it a couple times in recent years to show people and be like, this is the only one that I ever wrote and published. Maybe written others. So, let's get into He's the Prettiest Boy at the Party by MCR Lives. Content warning for this video. There are depictions of substance use, eating disorders, domestic abuse, unhealthy codependent relationships, and discussions of self-harm. I'll leave timestamps for skipping around the most potentially distressing bits, but still I advise you to proceed with caution. Thank you. So, He's the Prettiest Boy at the Party. It has 16.7 thousand reads, so it's like my second most popular fanfiction that I ever wrote. The first being the funny short MCR fics. We don't need to talk about that right now. But like for some dumb 9th grader to have like 16,000 reads, it was a big point of pride for me. I was very proud of that number. And I got 1,000 votes. And there are 14 parts. So once again, strap yourselves in. I'm gonna spin you a yarn. I would say, despite the low quality and like the grainy image, this was definitely one of my more successful covers that I made. I used whatever the iPad has for drawing, image editing, drawing, whatever, to make this little cover with my own handwriting and then text. But, you know, it's a lot less offensive to the eyes than the Pinkie Pie one, let's say. And most of my other... This is definitely, like, one of my more successful covers. Just a few more little things that I forgot to mention in the initial shoot a month and a half ago. Please do not harass any of the old commenters that I'm showing in this video. They were all pretty lovely people, and also most of their accounts are deactivated anyway. But please, we were all emo losers back then. Just be nice, please. And one more thing, I don't usually do this at the top of the video, but especially for this one, if you like this video, please leave a like, subscribe, comment whatever your little heart desires. This took a month and a half because I'm still learning how to do all of this, and I was learning a new program. It's been an event, and it was also more emotional than I thought it would be. So I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the disaster show. Here we go. Okay. The Hot Boy and the Hole in the Roof. Prologue. I believe, okay, so I didn't specify, but I'm pretty sure this is Frank POV. I don't need to do the whole, this is what MCR is. Here's Frank, here's Gerard. All my MCR girlies know the gist. And this is for you. This is for you. And if you don't know, check out my last MCR fanfiction read. You'll catch on. You know, we'll see. Oh wait, no. This is Gerard POV, I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll see. Because I'll probably have a, you know, moment early on where whoever's talking looks in the mirror is like, and this is what my hair looks like, which... The Hot Boy and the Hole in the Roof. Prologue. With 1.7 thousand reads and 100 comments and 91 stars. It's pretty good. As if moving into a new house in a new town wasn't weird enough, there is now a hot boy sitting in my room after he fell through the ceiling. Now, plenty of strange things spontaneously happen in my life. Nothing, though, compares to this. It was a normal Sunday afternoon. I was sitting in my bed sketching, surrounded by boxes from the recent move, when out of nowhere, crash, a guy with piercings and a fucked up haircut lands in my room on his ass. Well, more on boxes of my things. Ow! Jesus fuck, he exclaimed, rubbing his elbow. He wore a black hoodie over a Nirvana shirt. Okay, just to play the internet historian. He wore an old black hoodie over a Nirvana shirt and jeans with giant holes in the knees. His hands were covered with worn skeleton gloves that were cut off at the ends. That's when he finally noticed he wasn't alone in the room. "Oh, hey," he said rather casually in my direction. "Sorry about that. I didn't know that would happen." I was shocked. My jaw was practically on the floor, which, to be honest, is the appropriate response here. "What the hell was that?" I stuttered. The strange boy stood up and dusted himself off. "I think you have a weak roof, that's what." "Well, no shit. Are you okay? What happened?" I said frantically. He walked to the window and looked out, keeping his head ducked slightly. "Old Miss Drake was after me with a shovel. I climbed the tree next to this house and got up on the roof, and, well, I guess you know what happens next." Yup, it is. Frank is the one that fell through the roof. Okay. I'm remembering now. And I love, like, the walker-wielding granny being like, "You rotten kid," at Frank as he falls through a roof and, like, going after him with a shovel. That's honestly kind of cool. I sigh and mumble, "Mom's gonna kill me." He walked over to me and yanked my sketchbook from my hands. "Hey, give that back," I shout, grabbing at his arm. Apparently I'm not very strong because he blocked me with his free arm easily. "Well, what do you know? I fell through the..." I don't know what that was. "Well, what do you know?" "Well, what do you know? I fell through the roof of a guy with some talent. These aren't bad," he said, eventually handing it back to me. I yanked it from his hand and hugged it to my chest. Looking through a person's sketchbook is like looking through their diary. You just don't do that, I grumble. He laughed at me. "So you have a diary too? Can I take a peek?" My face flushed red. "No, I don't have a diary. Who even are you? Why are you still in my house?" The strange boy shrugged. "I'll tell you my name if you tell me yours first." Your name's G? Cool. Even though, you know, if you were saying Gerard, it would be like J and not G, but okay. Your name's G? Cool. Well, I'd better be off. Miss Drake might have called the cops. Maybe not. She's unpredictable. He gave me a two-fingered salute and opened the window. "My name isn't G, it's Gerard. Gerard Way." And you never told me who you are, I exclaimed, walking to where the boy perched on my windowsill. He turned and gave me a crooked smirk, his lip ring bobbing slightly. I'm Frank Iero, and if I were you, I'd fix that hole in the roof quickly. It's supposed to rain tonight. Then, winking in my direction, he jumped out the second-story window. Did I mention I'm gay? Author's note. So this is the prologue to the story, I guess. I kind of know where I'm going with this. I got this idea the other night and just had to write it. I'm pretty proud of this, TBH. Anyways, thanks for reading and commenting. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Sidonia. That was my sign off for most of my Wattpad career, was have a lovely day, Killjoys. I still do this, by the way. Goddamn Dan Howell up in here.
Hi.
Overall, I think it's a pretty strong prologue, all things considered. You know, given that this was written by an edgy 13 or 14-year-old. Pretty okay. Nice intrigue. You know, I like, it's a funny ending for Gerard to be like, did I mention I'm gay? If I were him, I would have a similar reaction. And, you know, it is true, that whole line about, like, you don't open someone's sketchbook without permission. That was definitely based in reality. I definitely had, like, drawn, I think this was around the time that I drew that, like, shirtless demon Gerard anime drawing that, like, I'm pretty sure my grandma saw once flipping through my sketchbook. Let's check out some of the comments. Aww. I just read a really sweet comment and then I saw the username. So on the first sentence, as if moving into a new house in a new town wasn't weird enough, there was now a hot boy sitting in my room after he fell through the ceiling. A really nice person said, rereading this again because it's one of my favorites and one of the first Farrard fics I ever read, even though it isn't completely finished. It's so good. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's so sweet. And then I looked at the username and it's, Cumslut Frank. Thank you, Cumslut Frank. Someone said, wow, this sounds so cute just from the first paragraph. That's how you write a fanfic. And I responded, sorry, but it gets worse. Girl, have some faith in yourself. People like your writing. Just be nice to yourself. So, like, I clown on myself for inserting every single fucking song reference or band meme reference into every piece of writing ever. But to be fair, I was playing to an audience, even though I was also part of that audience. Because with the he jumped out the second story window line, all the comments are like, did he break his foot? I'm not okay. Someone said, wow, is that a reference? And it's like, yup. With the, did I mention I'm gay? Someone said, we know, that's why we're here. I'm also pretty sure that this is, like, with my first fanfic, or my first long form fanfic, So Many Stars in the Sky, I didn't have chapter titles, I just had, like, Frank's POV, Gerard's POV. With this one, I did have chapter titles, and they all suck. So, enjoy that. First chapter, new town, same hell. Mom was pissed with me. Surprisingly, she didn't believe my story about the mysterious Frank Iero who fell through the roof while running from Miss Drake. My brother Mikey and her got back about an hour after the roof incident. Mom was the first to greet me. Gerard, we're home, she yelled up the stairs to me. I was busy frantically trying to gather the pieces of broken roof in my hands unsuccessfully. Hey, I'll be right. Oh shit, I exclaimed, dropping the chunks I managed to carry on my feet. Pain shot through them as I sat down on my bed, holding them in hopes of decreasing the pain. The step creaked. What's going on? Gerard, I'm coming in, she said nervously. As quickly as I could, I shoved the pieces under my bed. Nothing, Mom. Just remembered that, I forgot that my school uniform was in the wash, I said, trying my best to look natural. God, I suck at lying. Isn't that... Why did I go, Girl. That's his mom. Isn't that it over there? She pointed to a box with the uniform on top. I forced a laugh. Oh right, yeah, there it is. I got up and ushered her out the door. Well, I'm terribly busy, so you should probably go. She turned around suddenly. Wait a second, what's that on the ground? She looked up in horror. Fuck. Why is there a damn hole in the ceiling? She gasped, walking around me. I'm screwed. Wouldn't, like, light and stuff be coming through and maybe some extra dust? I was a baby writer. Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but about an hour ago, this guy who looked about my age fell through the ceiling. He then looked through my sketchbook and jumped out the window, I explained. So detailed. Mom gave me a look saying, "Are you serious? That's the best you can come up with?" "I'm serious," I exclaimed. She shook her head. "I told you that the roof needed to be fixed, and you go jumping around on it? You're grounded for a week. Help me pick this up, please." We spent a few hours working on cleaning up the roof. I helped my mom cover the hole with a tarp so it wouldn't rain in my room. So far, I'm not a fan of this Frank guy. At breakfast the next morning, Mikey was awkwardly adjusting his new red tie. "Nervous?" I asked. He nodded. "I really hate these new uniforms." "Why do we have to go to a preppy school?" he asked, tugging at his collar. I shrugged, swallowing a spoonful of soggy cornflakes. "Only school near us. Plus, I think Mom wants us to be classy or something. I don't know." Mom popped through the doorway. "Bus is almost here, boys." We nodded. I cleared my dishes and gathered my stuff. Mikey followed. Moving schools is so stupid. Like, it's already about a month into the school year and everyone already knows each other. Mikey and I are basically screwed. We're both bad at making friends. His problem is that he's crazy introverted, and my problem is that I just come off as an asshole. Not to mention these shit uniforms we're forced to wear. They are navy overcoats, white shirts, red and black striped ties, dress pants, etc. I like that I just was like, and other stuff. I couldn't even give you the full My Immortal dress sequence. I was just like, and some other stuff. At least I still have my bright red hair. It's the only piece of me that isn't being stripped away by the school dress code. The bus pulled up as Mikey and I climbed on. The door squealed shut behind us. I kept my head down, making my way to an empty seat near the middle. Mikey put his earbuds in and looked at the floor, and I stared out the window. The sound of teenagers surrounded me, and I fucking hate it. Newsflash, no one cares. I've known that for a while. Oh, God. Oh. One other really tragic thing about me in this era is that, horrifically regrettably, I was an Onision fan. And you can tell. This, like, it really does also feel like it's like My Immortal and Onision's books had a baby that then was aborted on the floor of a boy's bathroom. And that's the high school AU experience. I like that with the fake nails, my default pose is like, "We get it, you're gay. Calm down." A piece of balled up notebook paper hit the top of my head. I turned to see some girls giggling at me. Nervously, I unraveled the note. "Haven't you heard of showering? We can smell you from here." Okay, great. No big surprise. Different school, same assholes. I crumpled the note in my hands and shoved it in my bag. Mikey gave me a concerned look. I just shook my head and looked back out the window. Page break. That morning I got my schedule from the office and made my way through the classes. They were mostly uneventful. That was until lunch. The lunchroom here is where hell demons and ravenous wolves eat people like me alive because there aren't many teachers paying attention. I like the hell demons. Luckily, Mikey was waiting at the doors for me. He looked as terrified as I felt. Teenagers are scary. Do they scare the living shit out of you? Do they? "Hey, Mikes," I said. Do people named Michael or Mikey ever get called Mikes? "Hey, Mike's hard lemonade," I said, approaching him. He was shifting uncomfortably. Hey Gerard, can we just eat somewhere else, like the library or home? He asked. I definitely characterized Mikey in these as like some scaredy piss pants wuss, even though I'm pretty sure in real life he's just like quiet and that's it. I was like, no, he has anxiety. I sighed. No, we can't, sadly. How about we just find the quietest spot in the corner and pray no one sees us? He nodded. Good plan. I'm gonna fuck up my makeup. Am I a walking disaster? Oh no. Oh, the black is all gone right there. Oh my god, I'm such a disaster today. I'm back. I just needed to fix the tear stains in my makeup. How do you stop that? People who know makeup, please sound off in the comments. I need your tips. Anything to help. All right, back to the hell demons. All right, so they're going to the quietest spot in the corner. The lunchroom was complete pandemonium. People were basically screaming at each other and running around. A group of guys were whistling and commenting on girls' bodies. There was one teacher standing in the corner watching videos on her phone. This is disgusting. Not reflective of my experience, personally. But I've also heard that, like, there are definitely schools out there that are wild. Like, I'm a Nick Romeo fan, and I know he's talked about, like, finding, like, bunches of hair, like, girls' hair with, like, blood on it, because, like, girls were, like, ripping out each other's hair or something. I don't know. That was not my experience. I cannot comment on the accuracy, but from my own experience back then and from my own knowledge back then, none of this happened. It was all just the edgy high school image in my head from music videos and general emo nonsense. We walked with our heads down to an empty seat in the back corner. I heard whispers and giggles as we went by. A deep voice spoke in my direction. Oh, I can use my deep voice. Hey, bloody head, are you and Dorkface new here? Dorkface. I froze. Mikey, go sit down. I'll handle this. He looked scared, but sat down anyway. The guy spoke to me again. Assface, I'm talking to you. I turned around, tucking a red lock behind my ear. What do you want? If you can see me spitting, I'm so sorry. What do you want? He laughed. Oh, you're a guy. I thought you were just a really ugly girl. You know what? Fuck it. I thought you were a guy, but really, you're just an asshole who likes to pick on others to make you feel better about yourself. I retorted. Burn. His expression turned sour. Take that back. That crossed the line. I stomped over to him. No, I will not take that back because I don't apologize to people who use the term as an offensive synonym for gay. We're breaking out the dictionary definitions in these comebacks. Oh my. Why? Because you are? My face burned. No, I'm not. Girls, girls, break it up, a familiar voice said. I backed away to see none other than Frank Iero. Stay out of this, Iero, the guy said, approaching me again. Frank stepped between us. Stan, let me talk to you for a second. He whispered in the guy's ear. His expression changed for a second. Frank backed away with a smirk. Fine, I'll let you go this once. Just this once, the guy said to me. I nodded my head once and walked back to the table Mikey was sitting at. Are you okay? He asked in a hushed tone. I nodded. The chair next to me was then filled by Frank Iero. You owe me big time way. Big time way. I didn't know you went here. He shrugged. Well, it's the only place in the area where I can go to school. Okay. My dialogue is so weird and like way too explanation-y and like it's too many words. Too many words for what you're trying to say. What did you even tell that guy? He was about to kick my ass. He smirked. I promised to suck him off in the alley behind the school this afternoon. Smooth. Heat rose in my cheeks. Well, thanks for helping me. You know this guy? Mikey asked me. I nodded. Long story short, Frank fell through the roof. That's why there's a hole in the ceiling of my room. Before Mikey could respond, a voice on the loudspeaker said, "Would Gerard Way please report to the guidance office? Gerard Way to the guidance office, please?" I sighed and stood up. "Bye, guys. And thanks again, Frank. I'll come find you later," he said. Page break. "Are you kidding me?" I exclaimed. The guidance counselor looked disappointed. "I'm sorry, Gerard, but your hair is a violation to the school dress code. You could cut it, dye it a more natural color. Your choice," she said calmly. I groaned and leaned back in my chair. This is so stupid. I like my hair the way it is. Well, there's nothing I can do. I thought for a second. Can I at least dye it black? She nodded. Sure. You can go now if you want, Mr. Way. I left without another word. I was able to walk about 8 feet until something crashed into me, knocking me to the floor. What the hell? I exclaimed. Frank got off me rapidly. Gerard, we need to go now. That's quite a shift. I jumped up too. What? Why? Well, let's just say I stole some stuff from some guy and he's pissed. We gotta run. He grabbed my arm as we ran through the halls. What did you steal? Who's mad at you? We burst through the exit. There's a guy who... Frank! A voice shouted from behind us. Shit, Shit, Frank mumbled under his breath. Here comes Pete! Here comes Pete.
And Pete's there for some reason.
And oh my god, what's with me putting myself down at every chance? I'm like, in the author's note, I'm like, sorry this chapter is kind of bad. It'll get better. Promise. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Like, baby, people like it. It's okay to not hate yourself for your writing. I mean, I am dunking on my past self, but also my hand gestures, like fake nails bring out, like I already have some pretty fruity hand gestures. I don't know why I went like this. Some fruity hand gestures. Honk. I have fruity hand gestures as it is, but like with the fake nails, it's just like everything is. But anyways, here comes Pete. Oh, comments. Duh. I'm glad that I have the comments section to remind me of all of these stupid niche references I put into this. Because I wouldn't have noticed half of these, like with the cornflakes. Everyone in the comments is like, keep your bad vibes out of my cornflakes, which I'm pretty sure was a tweet from the time. In response to my problem is that I just come off as an asshole, someone commented, you come off in an asshole. Also, I'm just realizing the typo here. My problem is that I just come off as am asshole. Good job, Sid. Way to proofread. On the school uniform bit, you know, with the description, I was clearly trying to emulate like the I'm not okay, you know, prep school fashion. But, you know, Gerard starts with red hair. So someone commented, now I'm imagining Danger Days Gerard in Revenge Gerard's clothes. And someone was like, it doesn't go together. It's weird. With the bully note that, haven't you heard of showering? Someone said, that's the smell of raging homosexual. You can shower all you want. It'll never go away. Yeah. Checks out. With the teenagers are scary line, obviously that was a reference to teenagers. And my biffle at the time commented, reference game strong. She was calling me out on my bullshit. Thanks, Maggie. The rest of the comments on that line are all just lyrics. With the bully line, hey bloody head, are you and Dorkface new here? Someone commented, you misspelled sass queen. Remember? Sassy Gerard. I'm gonna die. This whole experience is like, I'm both cringing at every turn, but also kind of prideful in how much of a community this was and how we were all just raging dumbasses. It's beautiful. And I contributed. You're welcome. In response to, oh, you're a guy. I thought you were just a really ugly girl. Someone said, ugly? I'd turn gay if he was a girl. With Frank sitting next to Gerard saying, you owe me big time way, someone commented, well, you ruined his fucking roof the other day, Iero. He owes you nothing, which, like, true. In the hair color school dress code conversation, someone said, they seriously told the sass queen what to do? This is such a trip. I'm going full on backwards. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, I'm being exposed to old fandom cringe right now. I can't. Ugh. All of the fucking comments on the final line, the here comes Pete, is all, I bet he stole his eyeliner. Chapter 2. How to Get Free Weed, a book by Frank Iero. Frank, give it back, Pete yelled, getting closer to us. Frank took my arm and we ran again down the street into town. Wind pushed my hair back as we passed building after building. Adrenaline rushed through me, making me feel like a hyper kid again. I think we eventually lost Pete because Frank pulled me to a stop in an alleyway between two shops. What the hell did you steal from him? I asked in a sharp whisper, still panting from the run. He made an annoyed sound and reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a little bag. Weed. Reminder to viewers that I had done 0 drugs in my life, except for like a little bit of champagne in Paris with my family. I backed up to the wall opposite Frank and crossed my arms. And why did you do that? He shrugged and tucked it back in his jacket. I wanted it, and he was being really stubborn about it. How did I get dragged into this? Freeze frame, I bet you're wondering how I got here. You were the first person I saw in the hall. I don't like running from crazed potheads alone. Babe. Babe. He smiled with one side of his mouth. Wait. Crazed potheads alone. Suddenly, Pete appeared and turned to Frank with murder in his eyes. Give it back. Frank just smiled. Nah. I'll beat the shit out of you, man. Pete approached with his fist raised high in preparation. He didn't look very strong, though. Frank's smile never faltered. No, you won't. Oh, yeah? And why's that? Because I can get you a date with the person you like. This dialogue is so weak. Also, it's like the tone and like how people talk and act is so copy and pasted from the other one shot that we read. I don't know why all of my fanfics were My Chemical Romance, specifically Ferrard, all were high school AUs, or like, I think there was like one that was like young adult, and they all had the same like cartoonish bullying, all the same dialogue tropes. Babe, I needed to diversify something. We're all gonna have to just deal with how my makeup looks. I can already feel this one tearing up in the corner again. Why does that happen? I mean, obviously it's stuff in eyes, whatever. But it's a pain in the ass. I mean, with the way my makeup looks right now, it's about looking on the same skill level as me in high school. Where my makeup routine in high school was literally take an eyeliner pencil, do a rough scrape around the eye, and then just rub the hell out of it. And I would just go to school like that sometimes, until I rightfully realized it doesn't look good. You don't have to do that, bud. I'm so frustrated because once in a while I'll go back and see my previous videos and I'll be like, oh, my makeup is so bad and it bothers me so much. And I know this is gonna be hell for me in the future. Back to whatever the hell Pete is saying. Goddamn Pete. I was also like, you know, obviously I was into the holy trinity of the emo trinity. So I was like still pretty into Fall Out Boy and Panic, but MCR was my main squeeze, my beloved. And honestly, it's still the case. Like I still listen to a lot of like old emo music because I don't evolve apparently. But My Chemical Romance holds a special place in my heart. Genuinely everything to me, even now. Anyways, Frank is like, you won't beat the shit out of me because I'll get you a date with the person you like. Ooh, he likes someone, guys. It's for real. Pete lowered his fist, cheeks turning another shade of pink. You don't even know him, I mean her name though. Frank laughed. Oh really? You've been staring at him nonstop since he arrived. All it takes is a little digging. Wait, who? Who is it? I asked eagerly. Frank looked over to me for the first time in the conversation. Don't worry, it isn't you. It's a different new guy. Don't say anything, please. Not yet. As you wish. And thanks for the free weed, Frank said mockingly. Pete looked mad again. Keep your promise, asshole. He walked away, his hands in his pockets after adjusting his fringe. Ah! Adjusting his fringe. Oh my god, I can feel the tears. Oh, I'm so mad. Stop it, you ass. I literally need to do like the Wendy Williams, like 2 little Q-tips. Something about the chase. 6 whole years from New York on run it down to all my lipstick all over your face. Also, I really did spoil it in the description for this fic. Description that I wrote for it. It was like, Ferrard fanfic, might have Pete key. Who knows? Read if you want. I don't care. Don't bother with me. Like, my poor self-esteem. Damn. I mean, I know I was in like I was in a bit of a rough place when I wrote this stuff, but like, damn, babe. Oh, you should get that checked out. I mean, I was, but maybe try a different therapist. So he adjusted his fringe, and now we have a page break. I was walking to the little cafe on the corner of the street. I turned down Frank's offer to smoke in the alley where he talked with Pete. I don't like that it rhymed. My phone buzzed. Hey, where are you, Gerard? The bus is almost here. I don't want to ride alone. It was Mikey. I leaned against the brick wall outside the cafe. It's a long story, and it'll be fine. Just keep your head down and don't take shit from anyone. There was a smile in his voice. Will do. I hung up, smiling. The fall afternoon was crisp and breezy. I secured my leather jacket around me and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Hey, I never said I didn't want to smoke when I turned down Frank. I turned a corner to a more private alley and lit one and sat there in silence for a few minutes. This new school was confusing, yet somehow I have a friend, I think. Frank is a person who seems to hang around me. Does that qualify as a friend? My thoughts were interrupted by muffled sobs. I looked to the side and saw a girl with bright dyed orange hair enter the alley. Her black dress was covered with a jean jacket. Her black dress was covered with a jean jacket she looked like she forgot about. What the fuck does that mean? Is it like, it's like really scuffed up so she like, you know, forgets about it or something? I don't know what I mean by she's wearing a jean jacket she looks like she forgot about. Anyways, her black dress was covered with a jean jacket she looked like she forgot about. She was rubbing her eyes. Hey, what's wrong? I asked the crying girl. She looked about my age. I already know who it is. I remembered this bit. Jesus.
Who's that? Emo band member.
The girl jumped a little at my voice. Once she realized I was just a dork with red hair, she calmed down and resorted to looking sad again. "Oh, hi. Sorry about this. Just got out of a relationship." I nodded. "I'm so sorry." She let out a fake laugh. "He asked me out on a nice little date and says, 'Hey, Haley.
It's Haley Williams.
Just thought you should know I found someone better. Have a nice fucking life.'" God, what an ass. She wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand one last time. "You're telling me." I pulled Okay, I thought I misspelled backpack, but no. I pulled my pack back out. There we are. Securing my cigarette between my lips for a second. I exhaled and offered her the pack. She took one and borrowed my lighter. "Thanks." All the romanticization of cigarettes in this. I am... Ooh. Like, I'm glad that I never got into them, but like, with how much I played it straight in these, like, I loved the idea of cigarettes a lot, clearly. Like, and I mean, look, cigarettes are bad for you, don't smoke, and I don't like how much I overly romanticize them in my fanfictions, but there is something kind of, like, inherently cool and seductive of, like, smoking a stick that has smoke coming out of it and you can like exhale some smoke and it's all very sexy, but I don't approve. I exhaled and offered her the pack. She took one and borrowed my lighter. "Thanks." The girl exhaled, smoke lazily flowing out of her mouth. "So what's your name?" "Gerard Way." She smiled. Her lips were painted red. "Funny name. I'm Haley Williams." From Paramore. That wasn't a line, but it's Haley Williams from Paramore. "Nice to meet you, Haley." She turned to me. "So what's your story? How did you end up in this dumb alley?" Well, that's a little complicated. My story does involve a guy, though." I looked down. I hate that I sacrifice... I mean, not that my dialogue in this is too realistic to begin with, but like the fact that I sacrifice realistic dialogue to cram more references in, it hurts me. It hurts me. Especially for this. "Well, ain't that fun? Is he your boyfriend?" Like, she's not Southern. I mean, I know that the song is called Ain't It Fun, but like, I don't think she says that in daily life. So having her just say, "Well, ain't that fun?" Well, I guess the way I said it kind of works. My brain and mouth are stupid today, and apparently every single day I shoot ever. "Well, ain't that fun? Is he your boyfriend?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Heat rose in my cheeks. Haley laughed. "So he is." I shook my head. No, he isn't. He fell through my roof, and he's really cute, but he just flirts with everyone. I don't know if it would ever work out. Plus, he's a bit of an asshole." "Oh, okay." Would you mind not telling anyone I'm gay?" I asked. "Oh yeah, no problem. If it makes you feel any better, I'm bi," she replied. I smiled. "Cool. I haven't known many bi people." She shrugged, inhaling deeply. She coughed a little on her cigarette. My phone buzzed. It was my mom. "Where are you? Mikey came home without you." I stomped out my cigarette. "It was nice meeting you, Haley. We should hang out sometime at a less confusing time for both of us." I smiled. "Yeah," she returned my smile. "Do you go to Collinsfield High?" I guess that's it. That's the name of the school, Collinsfield High. I don't know where I got that from. I nodded. "I do too," she said. I smiled. "Bye, have a nice afternoon." My dialogue is so wild. I wonder if my play was like this too. For those who don't know, in high school, in my junior year, so every year my high school would choose a student to be the student playwright, and for the one act festival that our school would compete in every year. And my junior year, I was chosen to write the play that we would put on for the competition. I can't read that one. I haven't read that one since I wrote it and, you know, it all got performed and everything. I don't remember everything about it, and I don't remember, I'll like see little bits and I'm like, oh, why did I do that? And why did it, oh, I'll have to talk about the play experience sometime, because dear Lord, it was an event. I dissociated the entire time because it was literally like my diary. Because a lot of my writing is like, you know, self-inserty or like heavily based on my own experiences. So it was like watching my peers act out my diary on stage, and I just had to sit there alone in the audience and watch. It was insane. It was the most surreal, bonkers experience. Anyways, yeah, so I feel like the dialogue in there might have also been similarly weird and bad. Maybe we'll check it out sometime. Anyways, I smiled. Bye, have a nice afternoon. She waved. Thanks for the cigarette. Page break. I love my page breaks. I've always been kind of weak at writing, like, narrative fiction, like, regular stories. I'm much more used to, like, script writing, like, for comics or for plays. And, like, even before I started writing comics and plays, my writing was still very much dialogue focused. Like, there's barely any descriptions happening here. It is all people talking. All right. Page break. But you just dyed it red, Mikey exclaimed at me, holding a box of black hair dye. I sighed. I know, but the school is being dumb and says it's against the dress code, so I have to change it. I was seated in front of the sink with a towel around my neck. Mikey stood behind me with gloves, preparing to dye my hair black. He began massaging the dye in my scalp where there was a knock on the door. Which, you're not supposed to massage it. Boys! Boys! There's a guy at the door looking for Gerard, my mom called to us. Mikey and I both released exhausted sighs. We're busy. He really needs to see Gerard, Mom yelled. Fine, tell him to come to the bathroom, Mikey yelled. There were footsteps, then Frank Iero came through the doorway. Hey, Gerard, come on, we're going somewhere. No thanks, I'm busy. Why are you dyeing your hair? It was better red, he commented. Just go home, Frank, I'm busy. Plus, we've talked, 3 times? I barely know you. I don't care. I want to go somewhere and you seem like the right person to go with. Go home. Frank sighed, giving in. Fine, but I'll come back later. Okay, whatever. What can I say about the heavy reliance on the spontaneous, dominant person trope? Oh my god. I'm having flashbacks right now of, like, the things I was into at this time. I was also very into John Green. John Green's books. You know, like Paper Towns, Fault in Our Stars, all those, Looking for Alaska, where it's all like quirky, random adventures, and, you know, the mysterious love interest is always doing things for no explicable reason. And that's a personality. It doesn't have to make sense. It's fun. It's quirky. We're on an adventure. Things are happening. You don't have to know why. They don't even have to know why. Oh my god, it's so warm. Baby, it's warm outside. I really can't stay. Baby, it's warm outside. I've got to go away. Baby, it's warm outside. This evening has been so filled with slime. So Frank is being quirky, and super random and mysterious. Mysterious and random. The best combination for a love interest. Why is there fluff? Stop floating. And he says he'll come back later. He walked away with a hint of disappointment in his expression. I heard my mom say goodbye to him in the other room. I mean, he can't just expect me to go out God knows where when I'm in the middle of dyeing my hair. That shit needs to set. That was the guy from lunch, right? Isn't he the guy who also fell through your roof? Mikey asked. Yeah, he's kind of my friend, I think. Oh, also, with the whole, like, Pete crush thing. Okay, so the description said Pete Key. So that spoils who Pete has a crush on, I guess. This was all in one day. This was all one day. And apparently, Frank is just so psychic that he was like, I can clock you looking at that twink. I can see the twink to twink connection happening. I clocked it, and I can get you what you want. I can get you that twink. Go get my twink, boy. So, isn't he the guy who also fell through your roof? Mikey asked. Yeah, he's kind of my friend, I think. Mikey gave me a smirk in the mirror. And do you like him? He mocked. I rolled my eyes, trying to hide the pink in my cheeks. No, he's a total asshole. But he's an attractive asshole, right? No, he's just an asshole, that's all. He laughed. Sure. What's with all these elongated words, babe? I changed the subject. Have you met anyone interesting yet? He shrugged, putting more dye in my hair. Not really. There's a guy in my science class who is cool, I guess. He's super funny too, but we haven't really talked. Fun. Is he a potential friend? As long as I don't fuck it up. Anyway, you're done. It just needs to sit. He finished, removing the gloves and washing them off in the sink. I smiled a little. Thanks, Mikey. Another page break. Also, once again, with the theme of, like, my story structures are always, here's a school day, but let's make it emo. After the dye had set, I showered and went to bed. It had been a big day. God damn, that Frank is weird. My hair came out relatively well. It hung a little below my chin in dark locks. Perfect. I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling. I had always wanted to hang posters and shit, but posters are too expensive, so I had to deal with those stupid glow-in-the-dark stars. I brought them in the move because, well, I guess I kind of like them. They're calming. A few got knocked down when Frank fell through, though. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this was accidental. I don't know if I did it on purpose, but, like, so many stars in the sky, and I don't know why they always have to fall on me. I mean, that was the name of my other fic. My eyes closed for the last time that day. There were no dreams. Well, I was having a lovely sleep until there was a knocking at the window. I rolled over lazily, my eyes fluttered open to see Frank Iero in the tree outside my window knocking. Startled, I wrapped my blanket around my bare chest. Frank wrestled the window open and grinned at me with all his teeth. Sorry to do that. Look, I'm like, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't, it's all a little fuzzy, so I just looked like Jeff the Killer for a second. Frank wrestled the window open and grinned at me with all his teeth. Hey, you ready to go? I stuttered. Frank, it's 1 a.m. I was asleep. Well, duh. But come on, I want to go to the surprise now. Get some clothes on. My cheeks flushed. Would you mind, turning around? He groaned. Fine. I wrestled on jeans and a maroon t-shirt. Grabbing my leather jacket, I climbed out the window to where Frank sat on a branch. Fear twisted in my stomach as I looked down. 2-story drop. Shit. My arms are wobbling. Calm down. Worrying about falling won't help you not fall, Frank said. Okay. He smiled to me in the dark. His eyes sparked excitement in me. Are you ready? Where are we going? Do you like swimming? Author's note. I know I owe a sits, so many stars in the sky chapter, but I've had no inspiration. The last chapter of that was a little too a Sodom. I've never said that acronym out loud before. Don't say that. ASOTM, a splitting of the mind. Another very famous, I think it's one of the most famous MCR fanfics of all time. I was obsessed with it. Oh my god. But yeah, I said the last chapter of my other fanfic was a little too a splitting of the mind. Sorry. Enough about that, though. I'm really excited about the story. It's gonna be awesome. In other news, I recently started I recently started a playwriting class at my school, so maybe it'll help me improve my writing and storyline skills. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. So I actually started writing the play that I later, later was done by my school. I had started writing it at the same time here, which is probably why it kind of sucks. But yeah, I remember with the So Many Stars in the Sky chapter, the chapter that I'm talking about here that was a little too a splitting of the mind, I remember I had completely accidentally, just copied a couple storylines or like plot beats from A Splitting of the Mind. And then as I read it afterwards, after I'd already like published it, I was like, I went a little too hard on that. I went a little too deep into the well. Oops. Plagiarism a little bit. Let's check out these comments. There are 154 comments on this chapter. Damn. With Pete talking about his mystery crush, someone commented, horny whale noises. Dear Lord. Oh, this was truly my home, my fandom home. These were my people. These were my peers. There's a handful of comments that are in the vein of small bean. With the ain't it fun reference. I got read a little bit in the comments. My friend just wrote stop. Someone else said references got too far. I just slapped myself in the face this fucking reference. And if this is one of those stories that has a reference every 2 sentences, I'm gonna laugh really hard, OMG. In the hair dyeing scene, someone commented, I must fan art eyes this scene. Which I don't think I ever saw this comment. Someone else said, can I see it? And then they replied, I never got around to it. Oops. It's very nice that someone had the thought, though. With the massaging into the scalp of the hair dye, someone commented, no, that's not how you dye your hair. You do not massage it. You do not massage it into your scalp. I said scalp. You do not massage it into your scalp. That is all wrong. And then I replied, to be fair, I haven't dyed my hair much, so IDK. I'm pretty sure this was around the era where I had the horrible mom haircut, because all my other trans masks out there, I'm sure that you've had the same experience where you go to a hairdresser and you're like, I want a masculine haircut, please. And they were like, okay, I'm gonna give you the Karen, and you're gonna have to go to 8th grade with that. So have fun, bye-bye now. And that's what I had, and it was like dyed ever so slightly red. It was kind of ugly. About that line that I thought was like, is that a reference? With the stars falling from the ceiling, glow stars ceiling, Someone did comment, so many stars in the sky, and I don't know why they always have to fall on me. And I replied, well, Frank fell through the roof, so that's one reason why they fall on him. Am I stupid, or does that not make sense? Why is it that every single time I record, my brain goes blank, and I, hear circus music and static, and it's just, it's a wish and a prayer with whatever the hell comes out of my mouth, and whatever is going on in my brain. I don't know. On the line, calm down. Worrying about falling won't help you not fall. Someone said, wise words. I've got that wisdom. I am feeding the children wisdom with their emo fanfiction garbage. In the author's note, when I talk about A Splitting of the Mind, someone said, I've just begun reading Farrard fanfiction, and everyone is always talking about A Splitting of the Mind, and I have no idea if I should read it. Someone else said, I haven't finished it yet, but I've heard it'll rip your heart apart and start planning your crash landing. And then someone else said, don't, it ruins you. And then the original comment said, I just finished it and now I'm numb. I remember that. There were so many times reading that fanfiction where I was reading it. Oh my god, wait, I have it. I was reading that fanfiction on This iPod, this ancient, scruffy little iPod, I would read it on here, and there were times where I literally threw it across the room because something insane happened or whatever. I loved that fic. I kind of want to reread it and, like, see if it holds up. Wasn't Gerard, like, the president's daughter? I know it's son, but, like, he was, like, the president's daughter. Aww. I hate that I'm saying aw at myself, but, like, someone commented, it's okay, I have the same-ish problem where I accidentally incorporate hints/ideas from other fanfiction. And I responded, it's so difficult, and then I'm so weighed down with guilt that I physically cannot write another chapter. That's so sad. Oh no. But yeah, I was like, I feel racked with guilt and I physically cannot write another chapter. Baby, it's fan fiction that, like, some people read, but it's not that important, babe. Hello. This is day 2 of filming because yesterday my makeup wasn't working and I got bad news before I started filming. So let's try this again. I didn't use eyeliner pencil on my waterline this time, so hopefully that'll stop the tears from flowing. Luckily I had another set of these in the box. Hopefully I won't have to do a day 3 of filming. We'll see. But I got my water, I got my tea, and we are going swimming in November. Chapter 3, Swimming in November, parentheses, why? I'm asking the same question. Do you like swimming? The question made me nervous. It's November. So what? I want to go swimming. We can go to the lake near here. I rolled my eyes. Do I have a choice? He grinned. Nope. Frank climbed down the tree swiftly. He navigated the branches like he'd done it a million times. I, on the other hand, stumbled my way down and ended up falling on my ass at the bottom. Frank took my arm and helped me up. He was laughing quietly as to not wake anyone. I dusted my pants off and mumbled, "Oh, shut up." A light flickered on in the house next to ours. "Shit, come on," Frank said to me, starting to run. "Hey, wait up," I yelled to him, following. It was a perfect full moon night. The road was lit just enough so we could see. We made our way down a few dirt roads in the semi-darkness. Eventually, we made it to a clearing with an entrance to the lake. A dock bobbed slightly in the shadows. I slowed to a walk. The moon reflected in the little ripples in the water. Trees were curving over the clearing slightly, leaving room for the stars to shine through. See, I wasn't entirely without, like, you know, imagery and establishing set, like, locations and stuff. It's just that I didn't do it that often. And, like, you know, these are serviceable descriptions, you know, they're all right. But I didn't do them a lot. So a lot of the times it's just generic school, fill in the blank. Frank came up in front of my face with a grin too big. I don't like that line. Frank came up in front of my face with a grin too big for his face. It's the word proximity issue. I don't think I really thought about it a lot. The water is perfect. Are you coming in? I shook my head. I don't think so. We didn't even bring towels. Come on, we're on an adventure. On adventures, you're supposed to do really dumb stuff. Let's be dumb together. His goofy smile made me smile back. Okay then, Frank. I'll go swimming in freezing cold water in early November. He choked me in a half-second hug, then ran to the shore. His hoodie, shirt, and pants came off before he ran into the water with just his boxers on. My face turned hot. Content warning. I really loved incorporating themes of mental illness and eating disorders in my writing in this era. So, content warning for that. It's in the hints stage here, but he choked me in a half-second hug, then ran to the shore. His hoodie, shirt, and pants came off before he ran into the water with just his boxers on. My face turned hot. He looked a little thin, but God, he was pretty. Frank popped his head out of the water. Are you gonna keep standing there with your jaw on the ground, or are you coming in? I blushed harder and walked to the water's edge. I stripped off my jacket, shirt, and pants and dipped my feet into the water. I felt too exposed, but I didn't care enough to put my clothes back on. I wanted to be brave. You aren't supposed to test the water, just jump in. It's easier, Frank commented. I nodded. Taking a deep breath, I dove under the surface. Shivers immediately shook my body. I came up for air. Fuck, Frank, it's freezing. Why did this ever seem like a good idea? Keep swimming around, you'll get used to it. I glared at him. I'm getting out. It's too cold. I began swimming towards the shore when I was pulled under. The bastard dunked me. No, you won't, Frank laughed, latching onto my back. I laughed too, still swimming to shore. Then I realized, Christ, he was shockingly light, even though we're in the water. I could feel his bones stick out. I'll save my thoughts for later. Before I could say anything, he detached from me and went under. He reappeared a few seconds later, a foot away. Frank, what? I started. Never mind. No, what is it? I bit my lip. Why are you so light? Great thing to ask someone who you think is struggling with an ED. Literally. Because Frank's response is, why are you commenting on my weight? Good question. And at the writer, why are you bringing this up? Girl. I came a little closer. Because it's worrying me. Stay out of my business, Gerard. No, I won't if it means you're being hurt. He let out a short, unamused laugh. I'm not hurt. Why do you even care? Because you're... I stopped. God, I just wanted to tell him he was beautiful. It's dumb, but I think he's beautiful. He can be an asshole, but he's the one who ripped me out of a relatively comfortable life and into a crazy, wild, fun, unpredictable one. He has a heart. I'm saving my comments for the end, but I didn't say any of this. Because you're my friend. His expression didn't change. I don't have many of those. Well, you have me. He nodded. Let's go dry off. I'm cold. I followed him out of the water. After trying to wipe off all the water on my abdomen unsuccessfully, I put on my shirt. Frank did the same. My hair was dripping down my back, but I didn't care. Oh, I hate that feeling. Oh. I grabbed my jacket and walked to the end of the dock to sit down. My toes swished around in the cold water. Frank sat down beside me. He put his head in his hands. Yes, I understand I'm a little too thin, but eating makes me uncomfortable. It makes me feel fat and gross, so I do it as little as possible. Speaking to myself here, in the past, my past self, if you may. You're not qualified to talk about this. Stop it. You really shouldn't do that, you know, I said quietly. Yeah, well, I don't give a shit. I paused for a second. Do your parents know? Content warning for domestic abuse. Familial abuse. Kind of. My dad says stop being a pussy and eat your dinner. That's rude of him. He shrugged. That's not the worst he's done. I turned to look at him. What else has he done? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Frank was shivering. Without thinking, I took my jacket and wrapped it around his shoulders. He took it graciously. We stared at the water for a while. Something touched my shoulder that made me jump. It was Frank. Calm your shit, I'm just leaning on you. I blushed. Oh, sorry. He rested his head on my shoulder again. Even though I wasn't jumping or shaking, my mind was flipping out. You know when you're excited, so you start jumping and shaking? Jumping and shaking. Okay. Ugh, you made me all soft. Damn it, he grumbled. I chuckled. And why is that a bad thing? Because I'm supposed to be different. He's not like other girls. I should be doing crazy shit and flirt with everyone, not leaning on a guy's shoulder while wearing his jacket and going swimming. I sound like someone in a chick flick. Gross. I had really chronic I'm not like other girls syndrome. Probably because I wasn't a girl. And I didn't know that yet. This, I'm almost certain, yeah, this was me pre-realizing I'm trans. I wonder why I wrote so many fan fictions from the perspective of emo gay twinks. Literally, I wrote so many stories that were high school AUs of some emo dudes who were gay. And I was like, surely this doesn't say anything about me. Like, baby, you're kind of showing your hand here. I smiled down at him. You sure are something. I'm not afraid to be myself. I can see that. We sat in silence staring at the water for a while. Oh my god. We sat in silence staring at the water for a while. The night was clam. I remember I published this chapter, and as I was reading it after I published it, I was like, oh, that's a typo. Oh, I did a typo where I wrote the night was clam instead of the night was calm. And it was so funny that I kept it. I'm pretty sure there's a comment left by me saying like, this was an accident, but it's funny. Hey, Frank mumbled. Would you freak out if I held your hand? Oh, yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't freak out, I stuttered. His fingers tangled with mine, our palms pressed against each other. A smile spread on my face. This night has been perfect. Author's note. I'm so proud of this chapter. My mom surprised my family with a spontaneous road trip to Canada, so I had 5 hours in the car, so why not spend it writing? And once again, it's not so many stars in the sky. Sorry about that. I just get really sad whenever I start writing it for some reason. Oh my god. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Baby. I'd be remiss if I didn't show off the absolutely iconic photos of me on said Canada trip. So for some reason, I was in a really bad mood the whole time, so in every single picture, I look pissed. And the crown jewel of my one-person pity party is my MCR beanie. Like, oh my god, who hurt you? Let's talk about this chapter. I think, okay, going by the prose and general writing quality and like characterization, it's not that bad. I honestly think this is like decent writing for a 9th grader. My one thing, and it's a big thing, the big thing is my romanticization of eating disorders, self-harm, and abuse. That was common in my writing. And it's almost always positioned as like something that the love interest can save them from, which is obviously quite problematic because that's not how it works. I've definitely had issues with food before, but like not an eating disorder. And I haven't experienced domestic abuse either. I have experienced self-harm, and I know that there is self-harm in some of my fanfics. I don't know if there is in here. I might as well talk about it right now. I want to take a second to talk about how my first like real social media experience other than Facebook and Shelfari in 4th grade. But like when I was on Instagram in middle school, probably around like 2013, I had an emo band fan page called MCR Died, which, you know, you can see I named myself MCR Lives on Wattpad, so branding. But when I was on Instagram in those days, the emo band fan page to like pro self-harm, pro eating disorder content, like the pipeline was strong and I got caught into it. And I feel like a lot of other people did too. You know, you would go on like emo band tags on Instagram and you would get posts that glorified self-harm or ED, and one that, you know, is particularly harrowing and like, you know, there is this one post I saw that has stuck with me to this day, where it was a picture that showed instructions on how to screw a pencil sharpener blade out of a pencil sharpener and use it to hurt yourself. And I did do that. We all know that, you know, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all the social media has done a lot of harm in terms of promoting harmful content to especially kids. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that like all those big tech CEOs are like in being tried for these things, or like in court for some reason over this stuff. And rightfully so. Especially back then, like it was rampant, just blatant, like, promotion of harmful topics like this. And I think it's a really fine line, because I think it's really good for people to be open about their experiences with this and to share their stories and help others, and, like, you know, make communities that are focused on healing from these things. I think that's extremely important. But there also needs to be rules in place for not promoting it, not like showing tips on how to engage in these harmful activities. And like, all that moderation was not there back in the day of like 2013. And it genuinely caused me to self-harm. And I think that there's a conversation to be had about the emo band fan space and self-harm, ED, stuff like that. I'm not saying that, like, you know, emo bands are causing mental illness or anything like that. Like, absolutely not. You know, these bands got me through a lot of stuff, but it was just tough. I don't know what my point is here. It's just that, like, there was a pipeline, there probably still is somewhere, and I went down it. And I'm guessing that some other people did too. And so I guess it's a conversation. Let's read some comments. On the line, the moon reflected in the little ripples in the water. Someone said, I read this as little nipples in the water. So on the line, his goofy smile made me smile back. Someone commented, the snack that smiles back, which made me laugh too. And I replied saying, so the comment was left 8 years ago, and I said this 6 years ago. Look, I was rereading my own fic because I'm weak, and this comment is so old by now that if you happen to see this, just know I laughed so fucking hard at this. And I'm laughing again now. A bit of an insensitive joke. So, when Gerard is realizing how light Frank is, someone commented, that must have been a really, really shitty roof then. It's also just like a time capsule to the humor of that time. Like, on the line, my hair was dripping down my back, but I didn't care. Someone commented, I'm just imagining little hair drips just dripping down his back like drip drip, I am hair. And I replied, what the fuck? Drip drip, I am hair. I feel that. And then everyone was just like, drip drip, I am hair. Haha. And someone said, this fic has the best comments, seriously. Oh, it's such like, I'm nostalgic in a way. I mean, like, it's a cringy nostalgia, but it's still nostalgia. I'm like, remember high school? I was severely depressed, but also, like, I didn't have to worry as much about getting a job. Cultural sensitivity has come a long way in regards to, like, mental health. When Frank is explaining why he doesn't like eating that much, the comments are a trip. We cover a broad range here. Someone said, oh sweet mother of pasta, no. And then there are a lot that are like quoting the Pensy Prep song, which Frank was in, Fat and Alone, on this emotional moment of Frank saying about, like, opening up about his troubles with an eating disorder. People in the comments are all like, fat and alone, you're out on your own, king of blubber, sitting on your throne. Like, okay. And then there's one heartbreaking comment of someone clearly relating, saying, I feel guilty, really. I don't know, I just feel like I don't deserve it. And I'm... On the line about it sounding like a chick flick, someone commented, okay, but what the fuck is a chick flick? And then someone replied, The Notebook, Mean Girls, Bridget Jones's Diary, that sort of movies only women watch. On the we sat in silence staring at the water, the night was clam, someone commented an entire stanza from 21 Pilots' Car Radio. Just because. I mean, it goes with the theme of my fanfictions. Just, it's like, here's a reference. I'm cool. I'm interesting, and you love me because I made a reference. To be fair, that was me wearing exclusively banned shirts being like, someone please approve of me. King of blubber, sitting on your throne. And then, of course, there are a lot of comments that are like, haha, hello, I am Clam. Aww. Under my little sign off, the have a lovely day, Killjoys, a bunch of people said, you too. The people commenting are always so nice. And I know that, like, when I was writing these, I was struggling a lot, and it's nice remembering how much these comments meant to me in the moment, because they really made my life. They would always just make me so happy. So if anyone who ever read this back in the day when I published it, know that your comments made me so thrilled and really drove me to write more, which it's up to you whether or not that's a good thing. Are you ready for another little humor time capsule? Chapter 4 is titled, Don't Be a Fuckboy. Remember when you would just call every, like, it was like the new, like, term for preppy, basically, for like the preps of the 2000s. In the early 2010s, it was all like the fuckboys. How does this chapter have more reads than the last one? After our late night swim, Frank walked me home. I managed to climb the tree in front of my window without waking anyone or causing permanent damage to my body. He took my coat with him, still wrapped around his shoulders. Once I was safely inside my room, I flopped onto my bed, smiling. God, tonight was confusing as hell, but it was amazing. My hand felt cold without Frank's to hold it. See, like, I'm getting better. I'm getting better at writing. I am scared to think of what was in my first long fan fiction. That couldn't have been good. In fact, I was thinking about it, like, I don't remember a lot about my first long fan fiction, except that it was really emo, and there was a lot of abuse and a lot of drinking and a lot of angst. Let me know if you ever want to see that, I guess. I couldn't help but ask. I've never seen Sex and the City, but I know that that's a Carrie Bradshaw. I couldn't help but wonder, like, I couldn't help but ask, why me? I'm the most boring person ever who can draw a little. Frank could have more fun with almost anyone else. Oh, who cares? It was an amazing night. My memories of the night guided me to sleep. At school the next day, I managed to find Haley outside the senior science room. She was reading alone, leaning against the lockers. Her legs were covered with black and white stockings and a black skirt. She was wearing her jean jacket again. Didn't they have uniforms? I feel like a jean jacket would not fit school uniform requirements. Did I drop it that quickly? I can't wait to see if someone else shows up with, like, ripped fishnets. Hey, Haley, do you have biology first period too? I asked. She looked up at me and smiled. Hey, yeah, I do. I almost didn't recognize you with black hair. Why did you dye it? The school made me. I gave her a confused look. Why didn't they make you change yours? She shrugged. I just ignored them till they gave up. And why aren't you wearing a uniform? Once again, I didn't care, she smiled. I'll have to try that sometime. Same. It would be nice if I didn't care. Also, I can't even get into the logistics of, like, no school with uniforms would just be like, whatever. She's stubborn, so she gets to wear what she wants. But anyway, can I talk to you? If I don't tell someone, I may explode, I said, excitement in my voice. She nodded, standing up. Sure, what's up? I grabbed her arm and dragged her to the end of the hallway where no one was. I turned to her, almost dancing with excitement. Okay, so do you remember the boy I was talking about? I asked. She nodded. Well, he kind of came to my house in the middle of the night to go swimming in the lake down the road, and he held my hand and leaned on me. I basically saw him in his underwear. You did just see him in his underwear. It was amazing. I left out the part about him being thin. That seemed like a secret. Good call. She gave me a disbelieving look. Really? This guy just came up to your house and asked if you wanted to go swimming in the freezing cold? I know, it's so quirky. Oh, the John Green, and then the hammering home of every quirky adventure. Like, how did I get into this situation where I'm doing such crazy things? It's giving very Shane Dawson in this era of his life, where he's like, I have a reveal, and oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm getting into the hot tub with all my clothes on. I'm just so quirky. I get all dressed up to go to Walmart. I put on a pink jacket, but then I took it off because I don't want anyone to look at me. No shade to people with body image issues, but Shane Dawson is so irritating. Oh my lord. She gave me a disbelieving look. Really? This guy just came up to your house and asked if you wanted to go swimming in the freezing cold? Yeah, I nodded. But what does it mean? I think I really like Frank, and maybe he likes me because he held my hand. Wait, Frank? Frank Iero? She asked. I nodded nervously. She gave me a sympathetic look. Frank Iero is the biggest flirt there is. He uses everyone. That's what he does. I'm so sorry, Gerard. That hit me like a ton of bricks. Ouch. But he said he probably didn't mean it. I mean, you can see, but don't get your hopes up. I sighed. Why are you being so cruel? The truth hurts. I mean, maybe there's a chance it did mean something. Go ask him, she said. The bell rang for first period, and we made our way into the biology room. Frank was sitting at a table with 3 other people while I was standing behind the cafeteria doors so no one would see me. What if Haley was right? What if I was just being used? Taking a deep breath, I walked up to Frank's table. He was laughing at something a guy with big hair said. Hey Frank, can I talk to you for a second over there? I blurted out. My knees were shaking. Frank laughed at me. Jesus, Gerard, calm down. Can't you just talk to me here? I shook my head. Fine, talk to me later, he finished as he put his arm around the guy next to him. Frank kissed his cheek. The boy he kissed blushed. Oh. Tears welled in my eyes. Bye, I mumbled under my breath as I made my way to the bathroom. My vision turned blurry, hot tears flowing down my face. I guess I didn't matter after all. Thank God the bathroom was empty. That made it easier to slam the door to the stall and sob on the floor. That part's autobiographical. Why the fuck am I so caught up on this one guy? I don't even know him that well, but he was so kind the night before. He seemed sincere. Maybe I'm just dumb. The door to the bathroom opened. Mikey. Gerard, are you okay? I saw you run in here looking like you were about to cry, he said gently. I sniffed. Yeah, I'm not at my best right now. What's wrong? Can you come out? I stood and opened the stall door, my knees wobbling slightly. There's a guy. Frank, actually. We went to the lake last night and I thought we had something, but you probably saw what happened. I choked back a sob. I don't know. I think I really like him a lot, but he doesn't want to be with me. Mikey looked sympathetic. I'm sorry, Gerard. That really sucks. And why did you go to the lake? He said it was an adventure. He nodded. What's your next move? I don't know. I just want to hide under a rock for the rest of time. Well, this girl with orange hair was concerned for you. Maybe you should go tell her everything's okay, or somewhat okay? I nodded. Mikey held the door open for me as the bell rung. Haley was standing near the doors as everyone was filing through. She caught my eyes and walked over to me. What happened? Why did you run into the bathroom crying? Everyone wants to know. I sighed and rubbed my face with my hand. I can't deal with school right now. I'm skipping. Would you like to have a cigarette with me outside? If you explained what happened, then yes. Everyone's just skipping and smoking all the time. Dear Lord. Page break. Fuck, Gerard. That sucks. I'm sorry. I shrugged. I'm just glad you didn't say I told you so. We had walked to the local park as to not get caught smoking and skipping. I was leaning on a tree while Haley was sitting on a rock across from me. I exhaled nicotine into the chill air. He said he'd talk to me later, but honestly, I don't want to talk to him right now. It would either end with me sobbing on the ground or punching him in the face. She snorted. If you don't punch him, I will. The little snot deserves it. You know, I care about him. I desperately wish I didn't, but I do, I sighed. Why are the worst of fuckboys so attractive? I'm doing my gay telepathy pose again. The telepathy is me trying to astral project out of my body. I don't know, she shrugged. You know, I am friends with a single guy if you want to try and get your mind off Frank the fuckboy. So I was wrong. Fuckboy, I think, is just like... Oh yeah, it was just like male slut. That's the... I guess that's what it meant. Which, I mean, equality? You know, I am friends with a single guy if you want to try and get your mind off Frank the fuckboy. I don't know. Maybe if I met him first? Okay, sure. Also, I'm sorry if my reading, acting voice is cringy. I'm hearing me say things and I'm like, ooh, sorry. I don't know. Maybe if I met him first? Okay, sure. I stomped out my cigarette. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to Frank and give him hell. Fuck yeah, Haley punched the air. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that no one takes advantage of me. I am a strong, independent woman. I made my way over to the path that stretched through the park. I'll talk to you later. You have my number, right? She smiled and held her cigarette up between her fingers like a salute. Yes. Good luck, my friend. It was a short walk back to the school where last period was ending. If I wait out here, maybe he'll come. The hood-covered head of Frank Iero made its way out of the building alone. Good. Frank, we need to talk, okay? I yelled over. He looked up, startled. What the hell do you want? He grumbled. Wait, what's wrong? He sighed. Nothing. Leave me alone, Frank said, walking by me. Not a chance. I grabbed his shoulder. No, seriously, what's wrong? I'm supposed to be the grumpy one in this situation. He turned to me with fury in his eyes. Why? Because I held your hand yesterday and flirted with someone else today? That's what I do. I'm a fucking monster. Don't hang around me anymore. Once again, the Edward Cullen hot and cold. And why would I leave you alone now? You clearly aren't okay. It says there are 5 comments under that line, and I know what every single one of them are. Since when is that any of your business? Since you fell through my roof. He looked to the ground so his hood concealed his face. I'm gonna have so many content warnings at the beginning of this video. He looked to the ground so his hood concealed his face. I've been fainting a lot lately. His voice cracked a little. My eyes widened. Oh my god, what? When was the last time you fainted? I was washing my hands in the bathroom last period, and I collapsed, he mumbled. I paused for a second. Come on, stand up straight for a second. Rude. He obeyed. His eyes were raw and his skin paler than usual. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and pulled him into a sincere hug. He tensed up and didn't respond. It's okay. I'm here for you. 10 out of 10 dialogue. Frank suddenly shoved me off him and backed away. I had to catch myself from falling. I have to go. I'm sorry. He turned and ran down the street. End of chapter, and now author's note. Hey there. Last night I went to see Frank in concert and it was fucking awesome. My parents dragged me out of the venue the second it ended though, so I couldn't buy merch or meet Frank. Post-concert depression is hitting me hard at the moment. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Remember post-concert depression? Like, that was like a DSM-5 level condition in the fandom. Also, I was so mad after this concert though, because I saw Frank twice, and this first time, like, as soon as it ended, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna be by the merch table, you know, if you want to meet me. And I was like, yeah, I fucking do. And my dad was like, come on, it's over, let's go. And I had to leave before I could meet him, and I was pissed. I was pissed. But I got to meet him. I got to meet Frank Iero, and I challenged him to a thumb wrestle, and he beat me immediately because I didn't quite think about the fact that I have very small hands, and he is a guitarist with very big, strong hands. So he beat me immediately. And as I was leaving, he was like, I'm also really good at air hockey. If you ever want to challenge me at something else I'm good at. I actually have a thing. Oh, where is it? I have a flyer that I had him sign for me that says, practice your thumb wars before you challenge a champion. And then I have this over here. I got that when I met him. And it says thank you because I gave him some stickers that I made on my printer. They were kind of bad, but he, you know, it was, oh my God, he used to do those Instagram pictures where he would take a picture of all like the little gifts everyone gave him at every meet and greet. And I saw my little stickers in there and I was like, ah! All right. Comments. Oh no, it hit. Oh no, it hit. Oh, the cringe hit me. Oh, oh, oh. Oh my God, my face hurts. On the section where it says, I walked up to Frank's table, he was laughing at something a guy with big hair said. Someone correctly clocked that it was supposed to be Ray Toro. And the first comment made me convulse because it's, boy, it ma Princess Frofro Ray child. Oh, I had repressed Princess Frofro. Oh, that jump scared me. Oh, that jump scared me. And someone was like, guys, who else is described as guy with big hair in an MCR fanfic? Princess Frofro, I cannot. When Frank kissed the guy's cheek, someone commented, what the frick frack? Someone else said, no, you slut. Someone said squats suspiciously, and then, no wait, I meant squints. Also, there's just, assume in every comment thread that there's at least one going, no, my baby, no, baby boy, ooh, my little bean. It's like, yeah, no. On the line about, why are the worst of fuckboys so attractive? Someone asked, where do you guys live? IDK about you, but in North Carolina, all the boys are shit and fuckboys. Goddamn, they're all so ugly. And I responded, I live in Maine and my school is 90% fuckboy, 5% cool guys, and 5% guys who seem emo and cool, but are really just assholes who are always high. That was a bit of venting because my first boyfriend freshman year was terrible and like he was comically horrible. Like he led me on for like a month and then like asked me out for one day, tried to touch my thighs on a bus on a school trip, and I was like, ugh, I just astral projection. And the one day he asked me out, he was cheating on me with a guy, and at the time I was like, well, but he's bi, so maybe it's okay? Like, no, baby. And I think by this time I was like, no, he sucks shit. Chapter 5. Coffee and boys. It wasn't until after school the next day that I saw Frank again. He was seated under a tree with his hood up and earbuds in. From what I could see from the way he sat, he looked tired. I managed to gather courage to walk over and tap his shoulder. He jumped slightly at my touch. Calm down, I'm just tapping your shoulder, I said after he took his earbuds out. He sighed as I sat down beside him with my back to the tree. See, like that too, like, we've gotten a hint that Frank's dad in this is abusive. And so, you know, it's showing like the hypervigilance, which is a symptom, you know, a legitimate symptom of trauma. So it's like, it's not the worst portrayal ever. I can't say much on it yet. We are just getting started. He sighed as I sat down beside him with my back to the tree. I'm sorry about yesterday. I was a little stressed out. It's okay. I'm not mad. I took a deep breath. Never mind, and I'm sorry you've been stressed out. Would it be okay if I asked why you were stressed out? He shrugged and looked away. It's nothing, I'm just stressed. Well, I don't think it's nothing. Is it the fainting that's causing you to worry? No, it's just, please stop asking, okay? I turned to look at him, but he avoided my gaze. I just want to help, Frank. I think you're a great person. No, I'm not, and you know that, he burst. I shouldn't have let you know me because now you're just tangled in it all and it's hard. Why are you so afraid of me knowing you? I whispered. He finally turned to look at me. Because everyone who's known me has left and I hate being alone. Hesitantly, I put my hand over his. Well, I'm not going anywhere. The corners of his mouth turned up a little. I hope you stick to that promise. It's a little bit, it's getting in that territory. That territory of, I can fix him successfully without therapy. An idea popped into my head. Hey, wanna go get coffee? You seem like you need to clear your head a bit. Yeah, that would be nice. I hate asking this, but can you pay? I'm currently broke. I don't mind. It's my treat, I smiled, standing up. Frank and I walked to the cafe with the occasional chatter. He kept looking around nervously and kept his pace fast. Something about his too quick stride made my suspicions rise. You know, Frank, as much as you seem to love keeping your true emotions bottled up all the time, it just isn't healthy. Can we make a deal that after coffee, you tell me what's wrong? He sighed. Something tells me you won't take no for an answer. I shrugged, turning the corner to the shop. The smell of fresh pastries and hot coffee wafted through the air. I just don't want you being sad. He nodded, holding the door for me. I smiled my thanks to him and walked up to the counter. A lady with long brown hair said, "What can I get you boys today?" 2 large coffees, please, I said. She turned and started preparing our order while Frank and I found a booth to sit in. He sat hunched over, his hood hiding his eyes. Can you take off your hood? I asked. He groaned and took it off begrudgingly. His hair stuck up pretty much everywhere. I smirked. Nice hood head. It was really cute even with his frown. He looked like a pouty kid. No, not the infantilization. Shit, he mumbled, rapidly smoothing it out. It didn't really work. I chuckled a bit. It's cute. Oh, fuck. Did I really say that out loud? Once again, the trope of like, did I just say that? I'm not even in control of my words. Frank's mouth pulled up into a huge smirk. Oh, really? He leaned on his elbow. It's cute. That's a real turnaround. Fuck my life. No, it's cute like, not the way you're thinking, I stammered. You think I'm cute. Ha! Frank mocked, laughing. No, I managed to get out before the waitress brought our coffees over. Oh, thank you, waitress lady. Bless you. I'm gonna have to leave her a good tip for this. Here's your coffees. Either of you want cream and sugar? She asked, setting the mugs down. I shook my head and so did Frank. He was still smirking. Waitress lady left us. Frank sipped his coffee. You can't deny it, he said casually. I rolled my eyes. Shut up. My hands wrapped around the warm mug. Perfect thing for me right now. Coffee makes everything better, said the tank top worn by the wine mom. Anyways, seems your mood has changed, I said, taking a sip. Frank shrugged. You made me happier, he said. I take back all the nice things I was saying about my writing and how it wasn't the worst portrayal of mental illness until this point. 'Cause no matter who you are, you can't fix someone unless you are a therapist and they are your client. In that case, you probably shouldn't be dating them. Can you tell I had a savior complex? My qualifications were, I've had a lot of therapy and I care about people and I'll let them walk all over me. Perfect. That comment made something inside of my heart spark. It burned for a few seconds and fizzled out. Holy shit. I guess those cheesy Disney movies were right about something. It really does feel powerful. Oh, thanks, I blushed. He laughed a little. There you go again, letting your face get all red. That only made my face burn more. Oh shit, sorry. He looked at me and gave me a genuine smile, his hair sticking up. I think it's cute. Page break? It's a page break even though it's a few minutes later. Babe, unnecessary. It was a few minutes after that Frank had to leave suddenly. I never got the chance to ask what was wrong. After he left, I walked into the alley behind it where I met Haley. I pulled out my phone and punched in her number. She picked up after the 4th ring. "Hey Gerard, what's up?" Not even kidding, Frank called me cute, I burst. My heart did a sparky thing and flipped over. Oh, that's so lame. Oh, it's so lame. Hold on, I thought you moved on. Well, I said awkwardly. I could almost hear the eye roll she was probably doing. Come on, he's just fucking with your head. No, but he was so sincere. That's what you said last time. I sighed. Fine, whatever. You're probably right. An ache was already settling into my heart. Ouch. Anyways, what's new with you? I've been so busy with all this Frank drama that I haven't asked about you. Any new crushes? I added. Her voice had a smile to it. There's this really cute girl in my math class. I don't know much about her, but she wears her uniform really messily and it looks fucking hot. I did know I liked girls at this time. I mean, kudos to me for having Haley be, like, proud, open bisexual, who is, like, you know, no shade to all the cottagecore fantasy demure lesbians out there, or demure sapphics, who are like, I want to hold her hand. Because that's basically the plot of the play I wrote in high school. But I really like how she's just like, yeah, she has a crooked belt and messy eyeliner, and I think that's really fucking hot. Like, it makes me really tired how much sapphic media is out there that is, like, so chaste and, like, not an impure thought, or, like, maybe a hint of, like, oh, she's so beautiful. Like, let women want to rail each other. Outside the context of this high school AU fanfiction, though. But for real, let lesbians be horny. That's my philosophy. Lesbians should be allowed to be horny. I laughed. Sounds cool. There were muffled voices on the other line. Hold on, Haley said. There were more voices, but happier. Hey Gerard, guess who just showed up? She said happily. Who? It's that guy I was telling you about that is totally into you, she said, followed by a male voice saying, No, Haley, shh, in the background. No, Haley, stop it. In fact, I think I sort of did like a reverse. I mean, it was common for yaoi fanfiction written by teens to have this sort of like coy, shy little like, no, I'm just too shy to tell him that I like him. It's that guy I was telling you about that's totally into you, she said, followed by a male voice saying, No, Haley, shh, in the background. Oh, cool. Haley was laughing. He's the little... Dear God, please go back in time and kill my past self. Only that can redeem my sins. Haley was laughing. He's the little blonde shrimp in the fedora. Know him? I wonder who it is. Oh yeah, he's in my art class, right? I replied. He was, I will admit, pretty cute. Yes, that's the one. Want to talk to him about your date? She said date mockingly to the boy next to her. I got a little nervous. Sure. The boy took the phone. Sorry about that. You two are friends? Yeah, she's cool. So anyways, wanna go out sometime? He paused for a second. Oh, and I'm Patrick, by the way. We got it. With the fedora comment. What emo person wears a fedora? The blonde little shrimp, apparently.
I want Patrick to shove his fedora up my ass.
I smiled a little. Haley was probably right. Frank would probably dump me in 2 seconds or cheat on me. Patrick seems like a nice guy. Sure. Want to see a movie? There was a smile in his voice. I'll watch anything, as long as it isn't... Pop culture references! Y'all ready for this pop culture reference that I'm pulling out in my high school AU fanfiction that I wrote when I was 14. I'll watch anything as long as it isn't 50 Shades of Grey. Like any movie theater would let children in to see 50 Shades of Grey. Cool. Does Friday work for you? Yeah. Does 6 o'clock work for you? Sounds perfect. See you then. He laughed a little. Awesome. Bye. I clicked the phone off. Oh, now I have a date with a cute boy. Holy shit. But I can't get rid of this little piece of me that still wants to sit in that coffee shop with Frank. Author's note. Very sorry about not being able to update. I'm in the middle of what we call Double Hell Week at my school because I'm in a play that is opening soon. I may not be able to update again for a while. Sorry. Anyways, the story now has over 1K reads. I love you guys so much. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Comments. In the I shouldn't have let you know me because you're just tangled in it all and it's hard. All the comments are like, hard? Did you mean hard cock? It gave me a rock hard cock.
It gave me a rock hard cock.
Every fucking... I truly knew my audience because anytime anyone could make a reference to an emo song or band or anything, they left a comment and honestly probably boosted my ratings in whatever algorithm Wattpad has. So thanks, guys. I don't even know why, but on the part where Gerard was calling Haley and he's like, not even kidding, Frank called me cute, my heart did a sparky thing and flipped over, someone commented, any fans out there? As in fans of Dan and Phil. And I said, peeks out from behind a bush, hello. And everyone was like, you called? I heard my mating call. I'm glad that everyone in the comments was equally as unhinged as I was. I also feel like in this era of emo band fandom, why was like gay sex the funniest thing ever? I mean, like, to be fair, I love a good gay joke. I am a gay joke. And honestly, I love making jokes about gay sex, so, you know. But like, at every given moment, like there was one that was like on the line that was like, I'm just fucking with you. And someone commented like, just fucking with your ass. And it's like, we were children. And when Haley said, there's a hot girl in my math class who wears her uniform messily, everyone was like, is it Lindsay? Spoiler alert, it's Lindsay. Oh, once again, it is just so weird. It, like, when I need, okay, I know I was a child, and I didn't know better, but it is so weird to, like, think about now that I was just taking real people, aging them down, and then being like, what if they all dated each other, but, like, out of order? Like, what if Gerard Way's wife dated Haley Williams? Okay. Oh, God, I feel like I owe that family reparations. The blonde shrimp in a fedora line had 34 comments. Someone made a ship name for Gerard and Patrick, and it's Perard Wump. On the 50 Shades of Grey line, first of all, someone said, aw, innocent patty cakes. The way we infantilized these adult men. Groovy Jesus, whose icon is Dan and Phil, Groovy Jesus says, 50 Shades of Grey? More like 69 shades of shut the fuck up about the book and seeing the movie when I can read way better and gayer smut for free, written by teenage girls, boys who are addicted to bands, coffee, sometimes, and spend their days on YouTube, Tumblr, Instagram, and go through the same things I've been through and can relate to my problems, and no matter how punk rock the bandom is, we don't judge. Someone else said, there was a caution wet sign outside the theater for that movie. Ew. Oh no. Also, okay, chapter wrap up. We are getting into the territory that I don't like, which is the I can fix him sort of deal. If we put that aside for a second, and also put aside my prose, which is like mid for, you know, a 14-year-old fan fiction writer. It's mid, but like, why is my love story better than anything Colleen Hoover has ever written? Can we talk about that? Can we have that conversation? Ugh. Colleen Hoover makes me so mad. I wrote better when I was 14 than her we laughed at our son's big balls. I made a really funny post recently that honestly makes me laugh. But yeah, like, all things considered, despite the cringy I can fix him angle, it's not the worst love story, or like, you know, it's not the worst romance ever written. Like, you know, there's conflict, there's some hot and cold, there's some struggle. It's not the worst. I'm like pleasantly surprised. Is it bad? Yes, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. I genuinely thought it would be worse. Chapter 6. Guys are hard to understand, if you know what I mean, with the, I think it's called the Lenny face or something, but when I used it, I called it the booty face because of this one video.
Show me the booty, give me the booty, I want the booty, back up the booty.
So, chapter 6. Guys are hard to understand, if you know what I mean. I walked in the door, soaked from the rain. Today had been a bad day to go for a walk downtown without checking the weather first. A familiar voice floated down the stairs. Ray, that isn't how you smoke it. Oh, fuck. Pete. Friendly reminder to viewers, I had not done any sort of drugs at this time. Certainly never smoked weed at this time. Had no idea how weed was smoked. I wonder if I had to Google it. That would be really funny. Just little freshman me with the swoopy hair like, how do you smoke weed from the big science bottle? My feet raced up the stairs and burst through Mikey's door. Mikey, Pete, and 2 other guys were sitting in a circle on the floor, passing around a joint. It smelled like it was going to stick in the room. I think I knew 2 things about weed, which were it can be like a weed cigarette joint thing, and you smoke it in a circle with friends. That's it. And that the smell sticks around. Gerard, fuck, don't tell Mom, Mikey exclaimed. Don't worry, I won't. Just don't make it a habit, okay? Why was I so anti-drugs, but also romanticizing drugs? I was like, everyone is smoking cigarettes constantly and cutting school to smoke cigarettes, but weed is like, now don't make it a habit. Meanwhile, Gerard is like 16 and addicted to cigarettes or something, which, you know, I don't want to stigmatize that. You know, everyone has their deal. But the fact that I was like like having people leisurely smoke their cigarettes and the tobacco filled their lungs, meanwhile weed was like,
why do you want a little bit? Because if you're gonna drink, I'd rather you do it in the house.
Don't worry, I won't. Just don't make this a habit, okay? I said, glaring at Pete for a second. He just smirked at me and inhaled on the joint. Also, don't do it in the house. The smell stays in the furniture, I added. Mikey nodded, taking the joint from Pete. I paused. Well, I asked, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Mikey exhaled smoke. Well, that one with the giant fro is Ray. Ray waved to me with a smile. And the one with the puffy hair thing is Brendan. When did Brendan... Because I'm assuming this is Brendan Urie. Also, if it is, I misspelled Brendan. But... when did he ever have puffy hair? Oh! The, like, Too Weird to Live era, when he had the, like, pompadour. That's probably what I'm talking about. We're just jumping around all sorts of eras here. And the one with the puffy hair thing is Brendan. He gave me a nod and a smile. And this is, we've met, but in case you forgot, I'm Pete. Pete finished. Mikey exhaled. Gerard, aren't you supposed to be on your date anyway? That's in 20 minutes. I should be getting ready, actually, I answered. Date? Pete asked. Mikey replied to him, yeah, he has a date with that new guy, Patrick, the one with the dumb fedora. Pete nodded silently. He looked down at the rug. I know the one with the dumb fedora. Moment of silence for all the people with the dumb fedoras. Anyway, bye, I said, walking out of Mikey's room. I already had my outfit planned. Oh, yes. I already had my outfit planned because I can't help but plan out my every move as much as possible beforehand. My hands tore through drawers of wrinkled shirts until I found the wrinkled shirt I needed. It's a plain black shirt that goes well with this tie. It's a plain black shirt that goes well with this tie that's black with tiny white skulls. Also, I didn't specify if it was a t-shirt or a button-down shirt. I'm gonna give past me the benefit of the doubt and say that it is just a wrinkled, plain black button-up shirt, just to not give me nightmares. I grabbed a towel and dried off my hair and body. Quickly, I threw on the shirt and tie and some black jeans. What the hell do I do with my greasy mop of hair? Comb it? Probably. It took some digging through a few drawers, but I finally found a comb and proceeded to wrestle my hair into a somewhat decent style. Fast forward through eyeliner and trying some cologne I've never used that I got as a gift years ago, and I'm looking okay for a date. After quickly adjusting my tie once more, I shouted my goodbyes to Mikey and his friends and went out the door to the car. Patrick texted me his address. Luckily, it's pretty close to my house. I pulled up in the driveway with a Smiths album playing. I did love the Smiths. Patrick appeared out the door onto a few seconds after I hung. Dear Lord. Get better at editing, babe. Reread your writing before hitting post. Patrick appeared out the door onto a few seconds after I honked the car horn. He was dressed up in a white shirt with a green tie and a black jacket. He ditched the fedora. Scandal. I'd give anything at all to be a baby doll. Hey, are you ready for a cheap dinner and a crappy movie? I asked. Bitch. Patrick smiled. Yeah, I love your tie, by the way. Thanks, I said as he put on his seatbelt and we backed out of the driveway. Hey, I didn't know you liked the Smiths. I smiled. They're amazing. Personally, I think Asleep is my favorite song. I was a Smiths fan. And at this time, I was obsessed with the Perks of Being a Wallflower movie. And I was like, high school is going to be just like Perks of Being a Wallflower. I know it. And it wasn't. Probably for the best. He nodded. Yeah, that's a good one. We paused for a while. I broke the silence. So, you like Chinese food? He shrugged. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, because it's the only dinner I can afford at the moment, I replied hesitantly. That's okay. There was another pause. So, you like scary movies? Patrick asked. I shrugged, pulling into the Chinese food place. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Are you excited to see one tonight? That's such a weird sentence. You like scary movies? Yeah, they're pretty cool. Are you excited to see one tonight? He shifted in his seat. Geez, what? Aw, jeez. Seymour Krelborn ass. Oh, geez, well, I'm not the bravest person, but I'm sure it'll be great. Okay. Okay. So we can eat in the car, the restaurant, whatever, I asked. How about the car? I nodded and stepped out of the car. Here, I'll go place our order and come back. What do you want? How about teriyaki chicken and rice? Sounds good. We sat and ate in the car. There wasn't a lot of talking because I'm a total awkward... I didn't know I used the word twat. I didn't know I did. I guess I did. We sat and ate in the car. There wasn't a lot of talking because I'm a total awkward twat. Or twat. I know, I only hear British people saying it, so I'm like twat. But it's twat in my New England drawl. I'm a total awkward twat, but it was nice. Well, except for the fact I couldn't get rid of that little piece of me that wished Frank was leaning on my shoulder instead of Patrick. I hate that he's still going through my head. I'm on a lovely date with a lovely guy, but I can't think about anything but him. We had found a drive-in theater so we could sit in the car and finish our food. I don't know why it's like, we found this drive-in theater when, like, I think they knew what movie they were going to before, but yeah, even in the same, like, paragraph, it doesn't make sense. We had found a drive-in theater so we could sit in the car and finish our food. I didn't even check what movie was playing. All I knew was that it was a horror movie. How did he check what movie was playing by genre and not, like, title? You would have to know the title. Whatever. Hey, Gerard, Patrick said as the film started. Yeah? His cheek blushed against my shoulder. I really do like you. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He looked up. Do you like me? Fuck, I don't know. He's a pretty cool guy and he's funny and he's kinda cute, but fuck, that's it. He's not Frank. Well, yeah, I said, mentally punching myself in the face. Suddenly, he sat up and kissed my cheek. Fuck, what do I do now? I turned to him. Patrick leaned up to me with his eyes closed. Fuck, 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 fuck. His breath just tickled my lips when there was an urgent pounding on the window. Patrick let out a tiny sigh of disappointment as I turned to the window. Jesus Christ, why the hell do you always show up at the wrong time? I half shout to Frank, who is hopping from foot to foot urgently. He needs to pee. Also, I didn't close the apostrophes, I didn't close the quotation marks. Give anything at all to be a baby doll. Gerard, we need to talk right now. I'm running from the principal of a school near here, he said, his voice muffled by the glass. People in cars near us were giving him dirty looks. I turned to Patrick. I turned to Patrick. Jesus, I'm so sorry this is happening. I'll be right back. Patrick nodded, obviously disappointed. I feel so bad. I stepped out of the car and Frank dragged me into the woods behind the drive-in. I started whisper shouting at him. What the hell, Frank? I was on a date. Yes, I know that. I saw that. Did he kiss you? None of your... Answer me, please, he said, his voice wavering. I sighed angrily. No, he kissed my cheek and then you interrupted us. He leaned against a tree silently, his eyes closed. I ran my fingers through my once neat hair. I mean, it's none of your damn business what I do with guys. Why did you even want to know? Do you just want to ruin my life? No, you deserve to be happy. I just can't... Ugh, he yelled. I start yelling back. Can't? Can't what? Let me spend one day without you fucking up everything in my life? His eyes were filling with tears. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Just what? You know, you put me through hell since I met you. You're really fucking with my head, Frank. I just want to get over you and forget you, but apparently I can't. I'll leave, okay? I promise I will stay out of your life, he choked out. I just need one thing, though. I let out a sarcastic laugh. Really? What else can you possibly take from me? This, he said, his hands on the sides of my face and placing his lips on mine. They kissed. Everyone, ring the bells, ring all the bells, sound the alarms. They kissed. And okay, you know, it falls into all the tropes of like the hot and cold tension, enemies to lovers, or like, you know, angsting to lovers. We know. It's still not super healthy. And I'm just gonna keep on saying that it is not very healthy. Author's note. Sorry this update came late. The play is over now, so hopefully I can write more. This chapter, in my opinion, was awesome. But it was written on my phone, which is annoying. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Comment time. All the names people had in the comments for Brendan Urie. Bebo. I wasn't big into the Panic at the Disco fandom, but I mean, it was part of the Holy Trinity, so I still fucked with it, but like, I wasn't deep into the Panic fandom specifically. I mean, I read the Milk fic. Oh no. But, yeah, we got Bebo, Branston Pickle, and Auntie Brenny. I don't know if I've ever done that laugh before. That was startling. But under the line about calling Patrick's fedora dumb, you know, calling him the one with the dumb fedora, someone was like, bitch, I will shove his fedora up your ass.
I want Patrick to shove his fedora up my
And people saying, the fedora is adorable. The fedora is not dumb, you asshat. Someone misspelled Mikey. Said, Pete always dates Mickey, so now he can watch how Pat dates G. New ship, Pete and Mickey. Someone said, Gerard, you're going to movies. It's gonna be dark. Why are you wearing a tie? Ugh, ugh. Oh, that made my eyes water. Oh, it made my eyes water. Stay in there, tears. Because on the part where I was describing what Patrick was wearing and how he didn't have his fedora, someone said, but he's fedorable. And that made my eyes water. It's happening again. Oh my god. And someone else said, the fuck is a fedora? Shut up. I would love to not know what a fedora is. Just erase. I responded to that comment, a hat. And then someone mentions bronies. I was both. And then everyone is where Gerard says, I think Asleep is my favorite song by the Smiths. A lot of people got the reference to Perks of Being a Wallflower. That song is really good though. I still love it. For the record, Morrissey has every right to shut the fuck up. Morrissey should stop talking, is what I think. That being said, unfortunately, I still love his music. I'm sorry, I know. On the section where they're ordering Chinese food, someone said, sesame chicken, wow, I just saw headlights. I hope my mom is home with Taco Bell. Oh, I love all the commenters. They're amazing. So when Gerard and Patrick are talking in the car and he's like, I kind of wish it was Frank leaning on my shoulder, someone commented, you need to fuck Frank right in the pussy. And then someone said, true, you mean in the ass. And original commenter said, whatever floats your boat. That's kind of iconic. Ugh. I'm sorry. Someone's like, innocent patty cakes. Any comment can just turn into a string of song references. Was that our it was our language. It's how we communicated with each other, which is really concerning. I feel like we all had a touch of the tism. I love how many people commented, like, as they were reading it in real time, like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Are they gonna kiss? Ah! When they kiss, someone commented, Jesus fucking Christ, do you want Patrick to die? Patrick will die if he doesn't get Gerard Way to kiss him right now, apparently. Someone just commented, get butt. We're a little over halfway through. Get a snack. Say your prayers. Reapply your eyeliner if need be. If you've cried it off. Like I did yesterday. Chapter 7. Mom advice from Mikey. The next morning, I woke up next to Frank naked. Haha, just kidding. I'm a total twat, remember? Babe. Babe. Instead, I just fucking ran for it. I didn't even bother getting the car or saying bye to Patrick. My legs just carried me away from that theater without looking back. Babe, you left your car unlocked with someone you don't know that well in it. The only thoughts in my head were, Frank? Fuck my life. What? Patrick? Shit. I mean, I was happy about Frank kissing me, I think. God, I don't know anymore. I need to sleep now. My brain needs to shut down and forget for a while. Page break. I woke up at 11 with many texts from Patrick, Frank, and Mikey. Patrick, are you coming back? Hello? I'm going to assume you left. I'll park your car in the lot behind McDonald's. I'll see you later, I guess. Leaving a parked car with the keys inside behind a McDonald's is not exactly top-level security. That car is stolen. I will tell you that much. Fuck, I feel so bad. Reading text from Frank. Can you forget that ever happened? I didn't think. I'm sorry. I can't even think about him right now. It hurts my head. Mikey, call me now. I'm flipping shit. Help. I sat up, rubbing my eyes and punching Mikey's number in my phone. You would use contacts. Come on, babe. Get with the times. He picked up on the second ring. Hey, what's up? I asked. Mikey whispered urgently. Gerard, I can't even begin to comprehend what happened last night. That makes two of us, I mumbled. I'm going to ask about that later, but right now, holy shit. So about 2 hours after you left on your date, Ray and Brendan left, and I went over to Pete's house because he was sad for some reason. He told me later that he had a crush on Patrick and was upset that you went out with him, and in a moment of confusion and crazy crying, he kissed me. I gasped. Holy shit. Yeah, I think I'm gay or bi, I don't know. My brain is screaming, and I don't know if I feel like crying or laughing or sleeping at the moment. I'm going to come home once Pete wakes up. Okay, please be honest. Did you sleep with him? I asked cautiously. God, no. We just made out a lot and kind of fell asleep together, but nothing sexual. Nothing sexual. Transsexual. Transylvania. Ha ha. That was grumbly. God, no. We just made out a lot and kind of fell asleep together, but nothing sexual. Okay, then. Once you come home, can we talk? Last night was crazy for me, too, I asked. There were voices on the other end of the line. Pete is waking up. I'll be home soon. Okay, I said, hanging up. Well, that just murdered any bit of heterosexuality that was left in the way, children. Before I respond to either Patrick or Frank, I need to get advice from Mikey. My head is still spinning from everything. Currently, guilt is what's holding me down. Patrick seems really sincere about liking me, and I ditched him. And he was even kind enough to leave my car in a relatively safe place behind a McDonald's with the keys inside. That car is 50 miles away right now. And he was even kind enough to leave my car in a relatively safe place. God, I feel like shit. On the other hand, I can still remember Frank's lips on mine. It was an urgent, rushed, and over-emotional kiss. Not exactly what I had imagined at all. His hands were damp from his tears. All of it was like one giant spark in me that set off thousands of emotions at once. Anger, confusion, fear, love, all in one moment. Now I'm not sure what I'm feeling anymore. Page break. Mikey arrived home about half an hour after our call. Mom was out all night, apparently. That makes answered the questions of where she was when I ran home crying. We were sat on my bed in silence. I was just staring at the opposite wall while he looked at me concerned. After many minutes of awkward quiet, I spoke. So I went on the date last night. He nodded. How did it go? Well, given the fact you're so quiet about it, I'm guessing not well. I shook my head. No, it was great, amazing, but also terrible, if that makes sense. Not really, but explain, he replied. I took a deep breath. Frank kissed me. Now it was Mikey's turn to say holy shit. Patrick and I saw a movie, and in the first few minutes, he kissed my cheek and said he liked me. I also said it back in a moment of confusion, even though I didn't mean it. Then we almost kissed when Frank showed up and pulled me away like he normally does, but this time he kissed me, so I ran. Here's what you missed last episode on Glee. Mikey sighed. Well, running was probably the worst thing you could have done in that situation, but you did. God, I don't know what to say. I guess last night was a confusing gay fest for both of us, then. Things you say to your sibling. Yeah, I laughed a little. So are you gonna break up with Patrick and get with Frank? He asked. You know, it's like, it's good tension. It's good, like, conflict. It's a nice meaty little conflict. More proud than I am ashamed in this case, for the most part. Real peaks and valleys in this confusing gay fest. So are you gonna break up with Patrick and get with Frank? He asked. I put my head in my hands. I don't know at all. I like Frank a lot, even though he was an asshole to me, but Patrick is kind to me. But, fuck, I don't know. I'm still caught up on Frank. Mikey exhaled. Wow, that's a problem. I guess what Mom would say is to talk it out with everyone, but that could end terribly. It's better than just leaving it like this, though. I'd say go with the mom advice. I groaned. Fine, I will. Tomorrow. Because I can't deal with any more shit today. My head hurts. Mikey got up. Sure, but it's best to get it over with. Wow, I do sound like a mom. Next time I'm out, I'll get you some mom jeans and a minivan, I laughed. He threw a pillow at me and left the room. Well, shit. Now I have to call either Frank or Patrick. It would probably be easier to apologize to Patrick first than face Frank. If I was in that situation, I'd be like, I'm just gonna hide in my room and never leave. Like, once again, it's pretty good tension. Like, I'm imagining myself in this situation and I'd be like, I hate everything about my life right now. It would probably be easier to apologize to Patrick first than face Frank. Hello, he answered. Patrick, I'm so sorry I left you last night. Some stuff came up and I had to go, I said. But you didn't even get the car. How did you leave? He paused. Did Frank take you somewhere? I sighed. I should probably be honest. He's gonna hate me forever. Frank me, the woods. Frank took me into the woods and kissed me. I freaked out and ran. I'm sorry about everything. Patrick was quiet for a while. Guilt ached in me. I'm really sorry. I have to do homework. Bye, he whispered before hanging up. Fuck. Well, Patrick's never gonna talk to me again. I guess it's time to call Frank. Hey, Gerard, he said. We need to talk, I responded. If we're going to talk, I'd prefer to do it in person. Can you meet me at the lake? Yeah, okay, I'll be there soon, I replied, hanging up. I grabbed my jacket and left. The fall air was crisp, chilling my nose. My hands dug further into my pockets. Oh my god, we have something that isn't dialogue. Oh, take a shot whenever there's something describing the environment instead of just talking about teen drama. It's few and far between. When I finally arrived, Frank was already there. I waved to him awkwardly. Can I just say I'm really sorry? I didn't mean to screw up your date. It just kind of happened, he rambled. I shook my head. I don't think I can fix things with Patrick. He's upset. Shit, I really screwed up. Can you forgive me? I could only shrug. He spoke quietly. I will get out of your life if you want me to. Is that what you'd like? I shook my head. You're important to me, Frank. I want to be with you, but right now I need to clean up this mess you made. He nodded, a small smile creeping on his face. But this doesn't mean I'm not incredibly angry with you, I finished. His smile faded. Come here, I told him, gesturing for him to step closer. Come here. Come here. He obeyed. What? I grabbed him by his shirt collar. Revenge, bitch, he growled. I growled, pulling him in for a crispy bitch. I grabbed him by his shirt collar. Revenge, bitch, I growled, pulling him in for a kiss. I let go and pushed him away. That's all I have to say for the moment. You know what? Actually not bad. At least they're being shitty to each other? Is that progress? We'll count that as progress. Author's note. Is this a short chapter? I can't tell when I write on my phone. And apparently this has 2K reads? Holy wow. Holy wow. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. And we are doing comments. I keep having these flashbacks with the line, "I'm a total twat, remember?" Someone said, "I know things, remember?" Which is a reference to a splitting of the mind. That was the big line from that fanfic was, "I know things, remember?" When Mikey was texting Gerard, "Call me now, I'm flipping shit, help," someone commented, "Mikey needs to calm the fuck down, he's probably just high." Oh my god, what is this icon? But there's this one frequent commenter whose icon is Ted Cruz with Guy Fieri's facial hair and hair. And it's bonkers to see. Just amidst all the band memes and everything, just Ted Cruz Fieri. And in the, when Gerard is like, "We need to talk to Frank," Ted Cruz Fieri said, We need to talk," I responded, lip quivering as I stared down at my free hand. "I'm pregnant," I faintly finished, muffling a sob with my hand. And then they replied to the... I commented, "Oh." And they said, I'm sorry for that voice crack. They said, "I'm sorry, I think I was high on cough drops when I wrote that." That was iconic. On the revenge bitch kiss, just like people being like, "Sassy Gerard, always here with the sass," and I'm like, ugh. Oh my god, and people being like, "What is air?" Oh, all these old sayings and old memes. Someone said, "3 cheers for sweet butt sex with Frank." Whew. We were children. My voice is grimbly, grumbly, crungly, swungly. Chapter 8. No Homo. Monday had come quicker than anyone wanted. Mikey had told me early that morning that I can't tell anyone about he and Pete being together. Well, that's their issue, and I'll respect them. Haley was the first to greet me at school. Well, her and another girl with black hair and a shockingly small school uniform. Haley was blushing and grinning at the girl. I waved once to get her attention. "Hey G, this is Lindsay, my friend I told you about before," Haley said when she walked over. Lindsay smiled at me. I smiled back. "Hello, Lindsay."
"Hello, Mario."
"How did your date go with Patrick? I tried calling him, but he wouldn't answer." I would like to talk to you about it, actually," I said quietly. Her face turned concerned. "Oh no, what happened?" I looked towards Lindsay. She took the hint and joined another group of people. Interesting interaction. I'm pretty sure that's the only interaction Gerard and Lindsay get in this fic. You know, the real-life married couple. Once again, I owe reparations to that family. It was okay at first. We got dinner and went to the drive-in, but then he kissed my cheek and Frank showed up. Her expression was now confused anger. "Frank crashed your date?" I nodded. And, well, please don't hate him for this, but he kissed me. "That dick," she exclaimed. "He can't just go around ruining everything all the time." Okay. "Look, he doesn't ruin everything." She got really mad. "No, he does. First he plays with my emotions, then he plays with yours." "Wait, you had a crush on Frank?" I asked. Fuck, I did, but not anymore. He's a piece of shit," she stuttered. I nodded. "I need to go to the bathroom." Seamless. Also, does that mean that Frank is the person that led her on, or dumped her, or something, or, you know, when they first met? I kept my pace fast as I weaved my way through the different groups and cliques to the bathroom. The door slammed behind me. I just need to be alone for a few minutes. Cold water from the sink splashed on my face. Ugh, this sucks. At least I'm not angry anymore. That eases some of the pain. Was that a Paramore reference? There are no comments on it, so... But I mean, I'm not angry anymore. A reference? Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I was just off to find you. I sighed. Why is it always Frank? "Hi, Frank." I turned around. He smiled at me. I see that you aren't screaming at me or angrily kissing me, so I assume you're not upset. I shrugged. Not really. I think it's the scene. And I'm not excited. Perfect. Then can I try something, he asked. My suspicions rose. What are you trying? Something I haven't done in a while. I gave him a look. As long as it doesn't involve kissing or anything sexual. He raised his hand in oath. I promise it doesn't involve kissing or anything sexual. I sighed. Fine. Before I could even take another breath, Frank backed me into a wall and slammed his hands on either side behind my head. His face was only inches from mine. Okay, slur. Oops. Who knew a M word could be so intimidating? For people who don't know, this word that I'm choosing not to say is considered a slur against little people. You know, we don't use that term anymore. It was also a big joke in the fandom that, like, Frank was short. That's funny. Holy shit, I managed to say before his face slowly got closer to my neck. His breath tickled my skin. Our chests touched. This is also very forward, considering they have kissed twice and both those were quite high tension moments, and they haven't had any other intimacy, so this is a step. This is a choice, and a choice that I shouldn't have made. Oh my god, I'm just remembering. I think I had in my other fan fiction, So Many Stars in the Sky, I think there was a sex scene, but I had my friend write it. Because I was too scared to. And we're about to see why. My voice shook a little, my face burning. I thought you said nothing sexual. He chuckled in my ear. It's not sexual unless I'm having sex with you. Which is not true. I don't like that. Oh, this is dubious consent. I don't know how much of this I can read. Fuck, I can feel my pants getting tight. Frank's hand ran down my thigh. My experiment is working. Was your experiment to see if you could give me a bonker? I asked, my voice still quivering. His hands found my waist and wrapped around it. Yes, and it looks like I succeeded. I can back off if you'd like, or I can... for you. The blush in my face intensified. I can take care of it myself. Believe me when I say I can do it well, he mumbled into my shoulder. Fuck you, I grumbled, undoing my pants. Oh, I'm cringing. Oh, I'm cringing. Oh, it hurts. His eyes lit up like a little kid as he knelt down. Ban me from the internet. Ban me from writing. Don't let me touch a keyboard ever again. I think I should go to writing jail. I'll share a cell with Colleen Hoover. If it just means this can cease to exist and I can repent for this. I need to repent for this. Hey, hot tip for the writers in the audience, don't infantilize someone in your descriptions or in dialogue when you're writing sex scenes. It's horrific, and it will guaranteed make the majority of your audience cringe to death and regret ever reading anything by you, ever. Like I'm doing right now with myself. My hands hesitated with my boxers. I've never exposed myself to anyone like this before. Frank didn't care, he just pulled them down. Damn. That's a nice dick you have there. Oh, I'm gonna start crying.
Whoa, Jason, nice cock.
It's not a bad dick. It's not a bad dick.
The worst part is that I can hear my family moving downstairs. That is why I'm mumbling. My face became hotter, but I didn't reply. Frank looked up at me. Is this the first time someone's asked you off? I nodded nervously. He smirked. Then I'll make it special. He took me and I moaned. Fuck, he knew what to do. And then 3 sentences of a sex scene that was entirely made out of things that I had absorbed from other fan fiction that I had read, because I am not male and I've never had male gay sex, obviously. Christ, you fast, he laughed a little, standing up. I pulled my pants back up. Sorry. Don't worry, I've seen guys who themselves when I say the word suck. Spelled with 1 Z. I smirked a little. Well, we're both going to be late for class. Let's break down this nonsense. You can sense my discomfort and the fact that I only knew about this stuff from other fanfiction. Also, no one would want their first time in a bathroom. That's nonsense, especially someone who is like kind of a nervous person like I have characterized Gerard to be. So this is just completely unrealistic, on top of everything. I smirked a little. Well, we're both going to be late for class. I'm not going. Why? He shrugged. It's dumb. Plus, I came to school just to SD. I smiled a little. Just a little reminder, this doesn't change anything. You're still nothing more than a friend to me. So basically, what you're saying is, no homo. No homo, I said back. He pulled me to him so he could kiss my cheek. I glared at him. He smirked at me. It's not homo unless my D is in you.
I am not gay, but the bond that Frankie and I have is so genuine and sincere that I truly feel like he is my boyfriend.
I'm not gay, but if I was, he'd be my man for sure.
If I was gay, I would be on my knees sucking your dick right now.
Can I send past me to church camp? I think I deserve conversion camp over this. I don't deserve to be gay after this. I need to have my gay card revoked. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. I don't approve. He kept his smirk as he walked towards the door. Want to smoke with me? I shrugged. Why not? I don't have any desire to stay here today. Also, can we just appreciate the fact that the one-shot that I read in my last MCR fanfiction video could easily be just slipped into this one as well. Like, I mean, switch the characterization of Gerard and Frank, and it fits right in. We weren't alone in the park. There was another guy who goes to our school there. Mikey's friends with him. I'm pretty sure his name is Ray. Ray was leaning against a tree texting on his phone. Frank smiled and walked over, shouting to him, "Hey Ray, what's up?" He smiled at us. "Hey Frank, hey Gerard. You guys skipping too?" "Yeah, decided to smoke instead of hearing old Mr. Michaels talk about the Civil War for the millionth time," Frank replied. He nodded. "I don't blame you." Once again, I never skipped in high school. The closest I ever really got to skipping, I think, was like spending my study halls in a stairwell with my friend where we just took panoramas where we were moving so it looked like giant creatures. I was a rebel. He nodded. "I don't blame you." I handed a cigarette to Frank and offered one to Ray. He declined. "So you're Mikey's brother, right?" Ray asked me. I nodded. "Yeah, Mikey's fond of you." I nodded. "We help each other out when we need to." I lit my cigarette and then Frank's. He smiled at me a little. "So you and Frank are friends?" I asked Ray. He laughed. "This little shit was the one who got me into skipping school so often. Freshman year, you brought me on that walking trail in the woods. More like dragged you. You were scared stiff back then, Frank added. Ray shoved his arm. Anyway, at least once a week I still go on that trail during calculus. It's really pretty. I smiled. I'll have to try it sometime. Well, I have no plans to go back into that building. Want to walk it now? Frank asked me. Why not? Yeah, cool, I said, walking towards the woods where the trail starts. Bye, Ray, I said to the boy leaning on the tree. He waved at us. Okay, just ditching Ray. Honestly, justice for Ray in all of these fanfictions. He doesn't get to do much. And, you know, in general, he was also sort of cast aside by the fandom because he isn't as, like, conventionally attractive as everyone else, which I think is sad because Ray is awesome. Ray is an awesome person. Though, I mean, it's probably for the best that he was left out of these fanfictions. He doesn't deserve the fanfiction treatment. He's too good for that. Can I hold your hand? I mean, no homo, of course, Frank asked once we were in the forest. I rolled my eyes. Okay, but for the record, I know you're totally fucking gay for me. He laughed. And you aren't gay for me? I shrugged, interlocking my fingers with his. No homo. For now. Author's note. Well, shit, I'm not sure where to go from here. Just laying all my cards on the table. Like, well, your guess is as good as mine on what the next chapter holds, I guess. Oh my god. Next sentence. And when that is the case, things usually turn dark, so prepare for that. But wow, 3K reads? That's crazy. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Sidonia. Oh, let's breeze through these comments. Someone said, no homo means I love you and fuck boy. I've been filming for too long today. And my horrible scene is on the line, damn, that's a nice dick you have there. Everyone was referencing the History of Fallout Boy video, the drunk History of Fallout Boy, where Brendan goes,
It's not a bad dick.
And then someone said, Gerard, what a large dick you have. Someone made an Anaconda reference. Oh my god. It's such a time capsule. Someone said he came for the Gerard Conda, and I said, you win the award for best comments. Someone said, why go to school when you can have gay oral sex? And I replied, that's the only reason I go to school. I said, blatantly lying. During the no homo bit, the two people say, is this Dan Howell? With the, you know, throwaway line about the teacher talking about the Civil War, the teacher, Mr. Michaels, someone commented Sebastian Michaelis, which I had to look up and confirm, yep, this is the guy from Black Butler. Ziggy decided to add himself to my set today. Hi, baby. Alright, we are going to finish this today. I reattached my fake nails with eyelash glue, so we're all making things work today. For instance, my hair is trying its best. It's gonna make shapes that I don't approve of, and you will probably be upset with too, but you know what? Like Gerard in this fanfic, it's a little greasy, it's a little messy, we're rolling with it. I'm in character. It's called method acting. Also, huge apologies for the audio in the previous sections. It's probably for the best that this isn't the Ace Attorney video, given that I am still learning how my microphone works. And I'm still trying to learn how to get decent audio. Like, I just remembered that I have a pop filter. And in the previous clips, for a while, for at least a good few hours, I was recording with my microphone behind my iPad. I should have caught that, but I didn't. So hopefully this all sounds better. Oh my god, also, I had the most unhinged dream last night. I have a lot of dreams. I also have a really large dream journal. I've been keeping a dream journal since like 2015, about the same time as this. And I have pages upon pages of weird dreams that I've documented if you ever want me to dive into those for content. Because they're a trip. In this one, I was at like a relative's house, but it was like, for some reason, they were so rich that they could afford to have an entire miniature town square built that they owned, and it had like a general store and stuff, and there was like a weird theme of like religious cult, and also, for some reason, in this town, they hired some bands to hang out there, which were Taking Back Sunday, 3 Days Grace, neither of which I've ever listened to, and Paramore. After I was reading the fanfiction yesterday, Hayley Williams was in my dream. And for some reason, she was shirtless. But it wasn't like sexual, she was just shirtless. And she was talking like she was part of a religious cult, where she was like, well, soon we're all gonna get raptured, I guess, and, you know, only the Lord above will know what happens next for us, whenever that is. I've accepted my fate. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what that says about me. Chapter 9, Breaking Promises. The next week went by without issues. I got an A on a test, so that's cool. Frank and I have been hanging out almost every day after school. We usually just sit in the park and smoke, but sometimes we go out for coffee. Occasionally, a friend will join us, like Ray or maybe Mikey. Brendan came once too. Lunches have toned down in drama and chaos, for the most part. Until Monday. Frank, Mikey, Ray, and I were seated at a table in the corner chatting when I felt something land on my hair, coupled with giggles from the tables behind us. I removed it from my head. It's a little corn kernel. God, I don't want to deal with them right now. Frank snuck me a concerned look. I shook my head. Another piece of corn struck me. My teeth clenched together. Just ignore them, Gerard, Mikey said to me. Hey, fat ass! Guess what I heard, a guy yelled to me. I ducked my head, my hands in fists. Dickhead, I'm talking to you, he said, launching another piece of corn at me. Ray turned to him. Hey man, come on, stop it. I felt another piece in my hair. Before I knew what I was doing, I jumped up and stomped over to the fuckboy angrily. What is your damn problem? Ooh, we're telling off fuckboys now. He laughed at me. Ooh, looks like I made the gay emo upset. Are you gonna go cut your wrists now? Dear Lord, where's the guidance counselor here? Are all the adults just, like, non-existent here? Are they all pretending that they don't exist either? It took all my power to not rip him to shreds right there. Instead, I took a deep breath and kept my voice as even as possible. That is a terrible stereotype, and I'm not gay. He smirked at me. Now, we know that's not true. He then leaned in and whispered very loud. I heard you're quite the moaner in the boys' bathroom. Dear Lord, everyone go to therapy. That's my blanket note for the entire fanfiction. Everyone go to therapy. In fact, that's my note for all of you as well. If you have the means to do so, go to therapy. It's amazing. It helps, I promise. This time, I didn't even bother trying to contain myself. I grabbed him by the collar and threw him down on the floor. He looked shocked at first, but then he snapped into fighting mode or something. Or something. Something like fighting mode. He has a wrestling team hoodie. I'm fucked. He rapidly threw me down and got on top of me. Pinning me to the floor, he whispered in my ear, So you and Iero are homos now? Or was it just him being the stick-thin slut he is? Everyone go to therapy right now. I am writing you a doctor's note. I will find a way to forge a doctor's note. I'll go full Veronica from Heathers. I will forge you a doctor's note. I spat in his face. Don't talk about Frank that way, asshole. His fist collided with my cheek. Shut up. There's no such thing as lunchroom monitors in this school, apparently, or in this universe, or in any of my fanfictions, apparently. Everyone, like, all the schools in my fanfictions are just like, they just let a bunch of hormonal, angry teens loose in a building to just stab each other and get the fuck off him, I heard Frank shout, latching onto his back and pulling him. The fuckboy. Why do I keep calling him the fuckboy? It's ruining the tension of the scene. Just call him the bully, or like, the asshole would even be better. Fuckboy is such a stupid word. The fuckboy flailed his arms around at Frank, who was now clinging to him for dear life. The guy finally got a grip on Frank and threw him hard to the floor. Frank, I exclaimed, crawling over to him. He mumbled something I couldn't understand, but stayed on the ground. In my head, I'm like picturing the lunchroom fight scene from Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Whatever. What did you just call me? I just called you
Like, I'm almost certain I subconsciously just was putting that scene in here. Frank, I exclaimed, crawling over to him. He mumbled something I couldn't understand, but stayed on the ground. While I was trying to help Frank, I heard Mikey's voice say, "Fuck you." I turned around in time to see my awkward little brother punch that asshole right in the nose. See, it is the Perks of Being a Wallflower scene. Literally, the meek guy comes in and saves the day by punching the evil dude.
Touch my friends again and I'll blind you.
I swear, everyone in the lunchroom that had formed a crowd around our fight held its breath. It's literally the scene from Perks of Being a Wallflower. The way that movie shaped my view of high school and what I thought high school would be. It had a deep effect on me. I swear, everyone in the lunchroom that had formed a crowd around our fight held its breath. The boy fell to the floor and everyone became animated again. Mikey cradled his hand that was going to be black and blue very soon. Ray ushered him to the bathroom. Everyone else was helping up the asshole. Frank and I were practically invisible. I managed to help him up. Apparently he hit his head pretty hard. My cheek hurt like hell, but I didn't really care. Frank is my top priority. I got the attention of a teacher who helped me get Frank to stand. More adults broke up the scene, but I wasn't there for that. Okay, so some adults miraculously appear after everything happened. Hey, I went to a pretty decent high school, all things considered. So shit like this didn't happen. Let me know in the comments if fights like this ever broke out at your high school. Frank looked dazed. He couldn't really walk. He kept mumbling my name. Fuck, he needs a doctor. I helped him sit down so the teacher could call an ambulance. I mean, at least, like, you know, they're calling an ambulance. I know that there are some other works of fiction that would just have them walk it off. Just like, don't worry about it. Okay, an ambulance is on its way. You're going to the hospital, I said to him. He didn't respond for a few seconds. Then his eyes widened. No, I can't go to the hospital. Why? I asked, but then it hit me. At the hospital, they always start with a general checkup, and during that general checkup, you get weighed. Oh. I don't know if they would weigh you if you were going in for like a head injury. Maybe. I've never been to the hospital for a head injury before, even though it probably seems like I have many times. He shook his head. I can't go. I'm not going. You have to go. I'm sorry, I sighed. Shit. He put his head in his hands. I'm dizzy. Well, that's a side effect of a concussion, I noted. Paramedics came into the room and helped him onto a gurney. Can I come? I asked. Would you have a gurney if you were... I've also never called an ambulance or been in an ambulance for any reason. Well, I mean, I did have an ambulance called on me once when I fainted. I did, at my stepbrother's 5th grade graduation, I did faint very publicly during the ceremony in the back of the room because it was like really warm and I didn't have water. And so I was just standing there like leaning against a wall, and I was like, I said to my stepdad, like, can you get me some water? And he was like, you can get it yourself. And then I fainted. And like 3 people called ambulances, and you know, they were checking me up, and I was like, it's fine, I'm fine. I just fainted because I'm dehydrated and hungry. And then everything was fine. Paramedics came into the room and helped him into a gurney. Can I come? I asked. One of the people helping him shook his head. No, unless you're family, you can't ride with us. You can't sit with us! I'm surprised that that wasn't a comment under this line. Unless you're family, you can't ride with us. I sighed. Fine. Frank turned his head to the paramedic. Let him come or I'll start screaming. Please don't. Frank started screaming at the top of his tiny lungs. The paramedic looked irritated. Fine, he can come. Frank stopped screaming and promptly fainted. Check to make sure he's okay, the medic told a nurse. We rushed through the halls of the school, me running next to Frank as best as I can without getting in the way. His eyes fluttered open a little. You okay, G? Yeah, I just got punched. More importantly, are you okay? I asked. He gave me a weak smile. There's a pounding in my head like I'm hungover, a ringing in my ears, and everything is spinning like the teacup ride at Disney. So completely normal, right? I joked. Yeah, totally. One of the medics butted in. Stop talking. Frank needs to rest. Stop your gay little banter. Shut up. Frank rolled his eyes and smiled at me. I smiled back. Howdy. I was just editing this video and I wanted to take a second to address the events in this chapter. And once again, second video in a row where I'm reading fan fiction that has parallels to real world events happening right now. As I'm recording this right now, it's March 4th, and I had recorded everything previously somewhere around like the 10th of February. I joked a lot during filming about how cartoonish and over the top the bullying in my fanfiction was. And yet, when I was writing it, I was employing tropes, bullying tropes from pop culture and other media that I had consumed. Roughly a week after shooting this video, I heard about the death of Nex Benedict. I wanted to talk about this for a number of reasons, one of which being the parallels between Nex's death and the lunchroom fight scene, namely the queerphobic bullying that turns violent, the fact it's in a school environment, and that the teachers don't care and don't intervene. And on top of everything, the scene ends with Frank going to the hospital with a head injury. Like I said in my last video, it wouldn't feel right to make jokes about the scenarios in my fanfiction when something like it is happening in real life and people are dying because of it. As I mentioned previously, I didn't really experience bullying in school. There were some ignorant morons, but their hate wasn't usually very targeted at anyone. It was more just spewing garbage. Learning about what happened to Nex Benedict and seeing other queer students speak up about the abuse that they've experienced at the hands of their peers and teachers and staff really made me reflect on how lucky I was to not experience this stuff when I was in high school. In high school, I was never made to feel unsafe about expressing myself. Since starting testosterone about 8 months ago, I found it harder to cry. Just, you know, that's a normal side effect of testosterone. But when I read about the death of Nex Benedict, I sobbed for an entire afternoon. I couldn't stop sobbing. It shattered my heart. For those who don't know, Nex Benedict was a 16-year-old gender-fluid kid in Oklahoma who was beaten very badly in a school bathroom by 3 girls. They weren't offered help, and the next day, they died. Even in my fanfic, which I thought was just cartoonish levels of bullying, someone still called an ambulance for Frank when he had a head injury. No one called an ambulance for Nex. Nex Benedict loved taking care of their cat Zeus. They loved drawing, they loved cooking, they loved playing Minecraft and The Walking Dead. By all accounts, they were just a wonderful kid. While I was editing this chapter, I started feeling sick, and I don't blame myself for making the jokes that I made in the moment, because I hadn't heard anything about Nex, and for the time they were recorded, the jokes were fine, but obviously they have now aged poorly, and I've cut out a few that were a little too far given the current situation. Going through and editing the video in this portion, it really opened my eyes to the fact that I wasn't that far off in my writing of things that are still happening today. And that scares the shit out of me. Queerphobic bullying is still alive and well in this stupid country and around the world. And it claimed the life of a kid who just wanted to be seen for who they are. If you are part of the community, if you're trans, if you're queer, if you're anything, I hope you're safe. I hope you feel comfortable expressing who you are. And if not, I hope that you can one day. Sorry for this very long rant, but I wouldn't feel good progressing in the video unless I spoke about this. Back to the video. Page break. My nails are falling off. This was a mistake. The ambulance ride was mostly uneventful. Well, save for Frank vomiting a few times. The poor boy looked miserable. I wasn't allowed to be with him during the checkup. I'm pretty sure Frank didn't have the energy to start screaming again. God, I just wanted to be next to him more than anything. Lord knows the next time I see the guy who knocked Frank out, I'll put him in the hospital. Ooh, threatening. About half an hour later, I was allowed in to see Frank. He looked awful. His eyes were red, his cheeks wet. He was slumped over like he was ashamed. Would it be okay if I tell your friend what's wrong? The doctor asked Frank. Doctors would not do that. I had zero awareness of HIPAA violations at this time. Would it be okay if I tell your friend what's wrong? The doctor asked Frank. He nodded his head slightly. The doctor sighed. Frank's concussion isn't very bad. He'll be fine in a few days. What concerns me is his weight. He paused. He's 30 pounds underweight. It felt like all the air was forced from my lungs. Once again, this is something that a doctor would only tell to a guardian or parent. So, Twink A, do you mind if I tell Twink B about all of your medical history and personal secrets? He's approximately 104 pounds. Now, this can be handled 2 ways. He can either start eating and we'll set up another appointment for sometime soon, or he'll have to take some time in a mental hospital. Now it just feels like I got stabbed. Frank held his head in my hands. They were shaking slightly. The doctor spoke again. I've called Frank's father and he will be here soon. Do you have a ride home? He asked me. I didn't respond to his question. Can I have some time with Frank alone? The doctor nodded and left the room. I walked over to Frank and sat down next to him. Gently, I placed my hand over his, but he didn't respond in any way. I'm sorry, I whispered to him. I want you to be happy, and I know you'd be miserable in a hospital. All I'm saying is you should try and eat more. Eating would make me just as miserable as a hospital. I don't want to do it, he mumbled in return. I sighed. I don't know what to say. God, this is shit. You don't deserve to go through this, especially alone. Just know I'm here, always. He shook his head. You won't be. No one ever is. I will, and I am, I swear. You mean so much to me. Ugh, I'm getting all sappy now. He gently leaned his head against my shoulder and linked his fingers with mine. It's okay. You're cute enough to pull off sappy. And I'm sorry about earlier today when that guy was being an asshole. I remembered what he said about Frank being a slut.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
Great time to remember that. He's just a piece of shit. I'm going to get revenge on one day. Plus, Mikey punched him in the face, in case you missed that. He looked up at me. Your awkward little brother that's even dorkier than you managed to punch a wrestler in the face? Just to really hammer it home for the kiddies at home. Yep, right in the nose, I chuckled. Frank sat up and touched my cheek gently. Are you okay? You're bruising up. And I'm itching up. I blushed and nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. He giggled. Jesus, you need to stop blushing so much or I'll break my promise about not kissing you. I shrugged. Maybe I'll break it first. Oh, really? He said, leaning closer. And you had to promise yourself you wouldn't kiss me? My cheeks grew hotter. Yeah, I did. And what if we both broke that promise right now, he whispered to me, our noses almost touching. I smiled at him. Honestly, that sounds perfect to me right now. Once again! Oh my god, I so hate that this emotional, traumatic thing for Frank is immediately being paired with, like, cute banter and kissing. Pairing them together, it's pairing trauma with romance in a way that I don't like. Oh, I'm gonna have so many things to say at the end of this. His hand cupped my cheek, followed by his lips brushing mine. It was like 1,000 fireworks were exploding inside of me, and I couldn't get enough of it. My arms wrapped around his tiny waist, pulling him closer. That's all I want. I want him closer to me. I also had not kissed anyone at this time yet. I had no idea what it was like to kiss someone you liked. A knock on the door interrupted us. Frank mumbled, "Damn." We got a safe distance from each other and made ourselves look as normal as possible in the 3 seconds we had before Frank said, "Come in." A tall man with a beard that slightly resembled Frank walked in, his face stern and unamused. I could see Frank tense up. The doctor followed. I also feel really, really bad for... I feel like it was also always Frank that had the abusive parents in my fanfictions. I would like to send out a huge apology to the Iero family. I also owe them reparations because I kept making Frank's parents abusive or absent. Once again, these are real people I was writing fanfiction of, and I had no idea who Frank's real parents are, and I still don't. And, you know, same with Gerard. Like, I don't know these people's parents. I don't know anything about them. And I was just like, they're abusive, mean idiots and assholes and monsters. In my little fanfiction, like, baby, think it through. Damn. We have set up an appointment for a month from now. If you don't gain at least 5 pounds between now and then, we have no choice but to put you in a mental hospital for a while. The doctor said to the boy next to me. I'm pretty sure that institutions, like mental institutions, are not by force. I'm pretty sure it's like a voluntary thing for the most part. So I don't know. I was just like, we need tension. Chef, add in a dash of mental hospital tension to my horrible little stew of emo angst and hormones. Eat up. Eat up, children. All the children who were reading my Wattpad. Eat up. Eat this delicious, horrific cake of hormones and sadness and misery and horrible, horrible tropes that go unexamined by the narrative. I swallowed. I couldn't be able to deal with him being gone. You're allowed to go home now. Have a good day, the doctor said, walking out the door. Who I assumed is Frank's dad gave a short, snappy gesture that indicated for Frank to follow. I didn't really know what to do, so I followed them. They walked down the hall until they reached a corner. Frank suddenly turned to me while his dad kept walking. Please don't follow me. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? He said. I have him a questioning look. Why? He began to walk away. Trust me, don't follow. You know that can only mean good things. It took me about 4 seconds to decide, yeah, I'm gonna follow him. They took some more corners until they went out the exit. The two of them walked in silence. Once they reached the car, they got inside and started talking. I hid behind a side of the building so they couldn't see me. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could tell they were having a serious conversation. Frank had a pained look on his face. Now it looked like his dad was yelling. Frank had started to cry. It looked pretty bad until Frank's dad slapped him. I wanted to do something. I wanted to run over to that car and get Frank out of there and hold him close like before, but I couldn't. I was frozen. The car pulled out of its space and left the parking lot. Now my head felt like it was pounding. Author's note. Wow, this did get dark pretty fast. Whoops. Sorry guys, I'll make it happy again, I promise. So this has 4K reads. I am exploding! Thanks for reading, it means a lot to me. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Sidonia. I'll say that got dark. No one made the Mean Girls reference, but when Gerard stomps over to the fuckboy angrily, someone said, "Yay, you go, Glen Coco." Also, in middle school, my nickname with my group of friends was Glen Coco. Aww. With the bully comment that was like, "Are you gonna go cut your wrists now?" Someone in the comments said, "I get that every day. Oh my god, it's the worst." That's really sad that someone actually experiences that. That makes me really sad. I hope they're doing better and hopefully away from that bullshit. I mean, given that it's 8 years ago, probably. When Mikey punched the guy in the face, someone said, "Mikey was fucking ready for that." Fucking ready? I think I'm alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the line, Mikey cradled his hand that was going to be black and blue very soon. Someone said, "You mean white and gold?" Time capsule. For real. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I definitely should have thought more about what I was putting out there. I mean, like, I was a dumb 9th grader. So, like, I can't put a lot of blame on myself, but, like, the same person who I think previously had said something about struggling with eating, when, you know, they were saying, like, Frank weighs 104 pounds and he has to go to a mental hospital. That same person said, "Shit, that's my weight and I'm the same height." I really hope that, that this person is okay. Like, genuinely, my heart goes out to you if you happen to be watching this, and I really hope that you're doing better. I hope that this wasn't overly scary to them or triggering. Ooh, goodness me, this is a lot. When they kiss in the hospital, someone commented, "This is all adorable and everything, and I don't mean to be a party pooper, but Frank vomited multiple times, and germs and acid from your stomach can stay in your mouth for about 6 weeks after you vomit, even after brushing your teeth." Also, there are a lot of comments that are like, you sneaky little bugger, making the title breaking promises, but it's just their little promise not to kiss. Someone imagined Frank's dad as President Snow from the Hunger Games. I love that in the part where Frank's dad slapped him, someone was like, "I so saw that coming. Here's a list of all the hints that you dropped." Which is true. I was not subtle. Also, sorry for my hand being in a weird position. I'm holding my iPad closer to me because I can't make the text bigger on comments, and I'm not wearing my glasses. No! Oh no! Oh, someone commented, "I get slapped. Wait, is this not normal?" And no one ever replied to that comment, including me. Oh, that's so depressing. Oh no. If anyone is wondering out there, I certainly hope that no, like, really young people are watching this. But if any of you are, or even if you're older, and anyways, it's not normal to be slapped by your family. That is domestic abuse. I know that there are some cultural differences or like different approaches to discipline, like physical discipline in different communities. Like spanking in some communities is considered okay. In my personal belief, I think that no parent or family member or guardian should hit or hurt their children in any way. In my eyes and in the eyes of a lot of people, that is domestic abuse. Oh my God, I was, during my last semester in college, in my ethics class, we were talking about like domestic abuse, and a kid in that class was like, oh yeah, like my dad hit me all the time when I was young, like just when I was bad and stuff. And we all like looked to him and were like, he like hit you? And he was like, yeah. Don't your parents hit you? And everyone was like, no. And I just felt so bad for him, because I think he was learning, maybe for the first time, that it wasn't normal for his parents to hit him. Anyways, dear Lord. Oh my God. Someone said in the bit about Frank being hit, someone commented, why do you have to be like this in both fics? Good question. I was a broken person. I said, whoops, but this one will be different, I promise. We'll see. And if you're wondering what kind of lipstick I'm using, it's Hondian number 9. No other words on this tube. But it's a good lipstick. Alright, chapter 10. The date. Dun dun dun. Josh Dunn. Are you laughing? Are you laughing so hard? My thoughts kept me up most of the night. Is Frank being abused? Well, you kind of saw that he was. Is Frank being abused? If he is, I'm gonna rip his father apart, because he doesn't deserve that. He has enough problems as it is. God, I just want to keep him safe. I want to be close to him. I want to be with him. Everything would get so complicated, but at this point, I don't care. Page break. The next day, Frank showed up to school in a tux. Not even kidding. He had his hair combed and a red rose pinned to his lapel. I saw him first when I walked in school, but he didn't see me till last period. I was standing by my locker in the empty hallway when he approached me. Hey Frank, I said, curious about his outfit. He smiled a beautiful smile, the kind of smile where his eyes crinkled slightly at the corners. Hello, Gerard.
Hello, Mario.
I couldn't help but grin back. What's up with the tux? I would like to ask you out on a date, and I thought, since this is my first time asking someone out, I wanted to do it right. I blushed. So, Frank gave a nervous smile. Do you want to go out with me? I couldn't keep the grin off my face. I'd like nothing more. His eyes lit up and his smile intensified. Fuck yes, I have a date, I have a date, he cheered, hugging me tight. I hated that. I'd be like, actually, I kind of changed my mind, sorry. I laughed and put my arms around him. What were you planning for this date? He pulled away. Well, I guess the tux is a little misleading, because I was thinking we could watch a movie at my house and eat pizza. I smiled. That sounds perfect, actually. Also, my parents aren't going to be home, he winked at me. I blushed and laughed. Are you just trying to get laid? He shrugged. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Let's just start with the date. Fine, he said, rolling his eyes. Then his sarcastic expression turned into a genuine smile. Can I pick you up at 7 on Friday? Sounds great. Perfect, he replied. Frank's eyes quickly scanned the empty hall, then he snuck a kiss on my cheek. Hey, I exclaimed, shoving his arm a little. We gotta be more careful. I don't want another fight like the other day. Oh, okay. But when we're alone, I'm not gonna stop myself, he added. The bell rang for the end of the day, and the hall filled with tired teenagers desperate to get home. Fine. So Friday it is, I finished. See you tomorrow. Bye, G, he said, turning and leaving. And I'll be damned if I don't stare at his beautiful ass as he walks out. Page break. I was going to talk to Frank about what I saw in the hospital parking lot, I swear. I just didn't want to spoil the good mood. Instead, I decided to tell Mikey the good news. Sadly, though, I couldn't do that as soon as I got home, because there were loud noises coming from Mikey's bedroom that I sure as hell didn't want to hear. My feet wouldn't move. What the fuck are you supposed to do when your little brother is having aggressively loud sex across the hall from your room where you'd like to sit and maybe draw quietly? Do I yell, "Hey, keep it down in there," or maybe, "Hey, use a condom"?
You guys need anything? Some snacks? A condom?
Or do I just wall right back out the door and call my mom to tell her not to come home for a while? I decided on the last one. That's very conspicuous. Just like, "Hey mom, I'm gonna need you to not be home for a while." Okay, I'm fanning myself because it's hot in here and not because of the scene. I decide on the last one. It wasn't until after the call and after I had already made it to the park that the awful, awful truth finally dawned on me. I should put this away while we're talking about this scene. That the awful, awkward truth finally dawned on me. I'm the last virgin in my home. Weird. Yeah, it's also weird that you're thinking about it like that. I don't like that train of thought. I would prefer not to think about my siblings' sexual history and parents. I don't like that. That's weird. It's not like I suddenly want to go out hooking up with the first guy I see. It's just that he's younger than me. I should be the one to do it first. That's just a weird thing to say. Ugh. That's what I'm saying. Page break. Date. Today. Date. Fuck. Writing. Someone give me the Peabody or whatever book award they give to book writers who write books really good. It's Friday, the day I go on a date with Frank. Crazy, unpredictable, hot Frank. Help. My chances were approaching to be grand, but as it came down near, so did a weary tear. I shouldn't sing when I'm reading for more hours than I wanted to. For the hours before he was due to pick me up, I went through 1,000 shirts and jeans for just the right combination, combed my hair too many times, and showered twice. Nervous is an understatement. See, like, the thing that I can appreciate about my old writing is that I added a nice amount of, like, characterization details. Like, you know, the showering twice and combing hair too many times and 1,000 different shirts and jeans. Like, you know, I'm showing the emotion and not just saying it, even though I am saying it as well. I am showing it as well. I'm showing and telling. Like a true genius. More is better, right? Oh, my hair is doing fun things. Mikey had started getting irritated with my running around. "He's probably just gonna tell you you look great and try and hook up with you," he commented, leaning on my doorway and watching me. I rolled my eyes. No, he wouldn't do that. Mikey gave me a look. Okay, maybe he would, but I'm not gonna have sex with him. I'm losing it over the fact that he S'd his D in a school bathroom, and everyone is acting like it didn't happen. Except for that one jock who was, like, listening in, apparently. Because, like, that is a type of sex. It's not like they have never seen each other expose. I mean, like, they went swimming and then Frank S'd his D. And so I didn't know anything at this time. And you can very much tell. I bet you won't be saying that when he whips out his... Don't cry, bub. Baby boy, don't cry. I bet you won't be saying that when he whips out his sex machete for some glorious butt sex. My eyes are watering. Oh my god. Oh. I have gone so far. I have gotten this far in this fan fiction thinking to myself, you know, there's a lot fewer cringy lines in this than the last two we read together. But that takes the cake. That takes the entire cake for just a terrible line. That's the worst line. I win the prize for worst line. I laughed. Did you really just say sex machete? Unfortunately, he did. Just saying, he's gonna do it, he said. A car horn honked outside. Fuck. It keeps going. It keeps going. Have a good time getting some D in your ass. Mikey said as I walked out wearing gray They're brothers. They're brothers. No one is talking to their brother like this. Oh my god. Or at least if they were, it would be more of like a wink wink innuendo and not just like, I hope your prostate is stimulated tonight. Dear God. Once again with the theme of like, gay sex is the funniest thing in the world. To us emo middle schoolers. This is the worst. This is the worst. It just like went super downhill for me. Mikey said as I walked out wearing gray skinny jeans and a maroon shirt under my leather jacket. Before Mikey could bother me with more sex jokes, thank God, I ran out the door into the car where Frank sat waiting. And he was so fucking hot. His hair was perfectly mussed up. The hoodie he wore was slightly off one shoulder, and he had a smile that lit up the world. Hey, G, he said, opening the passenger door. I smiled at him and climbed in. Hi, Frank. Oh, hi, Frank. He leaned over and kissed my cheek. You look amazing, by the way. Thanks, I grinned at him. Frank just looked at me for a second, his smile still big on his face. I commented. Aren't you gonna drive the car? Oh, right, sorry, he said, pulling the car out of the driveway. So the plan is to order a pizza and watch a movie or two. I have some wine in case you want to be fancy, but I also have beer. Your choice. Ooh, are you trying to get me drunk, Iero? He grinned. Wouldn't dream of it, way. What is this fucking banter? Ugh, the flirty bants. Oh, they made my tiny little baby gay heart swoon. And apparently the same for readers. Oh my god, we got more Smiths. Frank put in a CD. Out of habit, I started singing along. Good times for a change. See the luck I've had could make a good man turn bad. My voice is rough right now because I've been talking for X number of hours at this point over the course of 3 days, so you get what you pay for, which is nothing. Good times for a change. See the luck I've had could make a good man turn bad. I'm as good as Morrissey, guys. I'm better than Morrissey, because I think that Chinese people aren't subhuman. Frank turned to me mid-song. Dude, I didn't know you could sing. We should start an emo band. My face turned hot and I shrugged. Not really. Also, take a shot every single time Gerard blushes. Actually, don't. Just take a sip of water. You'll get really hydrated. Frank cut me off. Don't even try denying it. You have the voice of a fucking angel. Like a really emo angel. Frank's house is surprisingly close to mine. We arrived only a minute or two after the song ended. It was a really small trailer that appeared to have maybe 4 small rooms. Also, I was watching footage that I shot yesterday, and there's a lot of forehead action going on, and I would like to apologize for that. I'm not an apologestis Kinney by choice. I was assigned one at birth. I know it isn't much, sorry, but it has a lot of heart, he said as he climbed out of the car. I got out too. Isn't that what people say when something sucks? I'm almost certain that is a joke stolen from Parks and Rec.
Our side is this scrappy piece of land where kids go to smash fluorescent light tubes. But it has a lot of heart.
That's what people always say when something sucks.
Parks and Rec is better than The Office. Change my mind. You can't. He shoved my arm a little. We climbed the stairs and entered the house. My nostrils were immediately assaulted with the strong stench of cigarettes and a hint of a scented candle that wasn't having a whole lot of effect on the house. Old food wrappers and paper scattered the floors and stacked on almost every surface. Oh Lord, Frank exhaled. I'm just really looking at the mess and realizing that this probably looks like a crazy hoarder hole. There's a reason I don't show any part of my room outside of this frame. It's okay, I said. We walked into what I assume is the living room and jumped on the couch. So what do you want to watch? We have a delightful assortment of horror movies, 1 or 2 cheesy as fuck rom-coms, some comedies, you pick. I shrugged and sat on the dirty couch. I don't really care, you pick. He grinned and jumped up. I'm glad you say that because I have the perfect movie in mind. His fingers ran across the spines of his DVD collection until it stopped on the one he wanted. Insidious. Let's fucking do this. My stomach twisted a little. From what Mikey said, it has a lot of jump scares, which I hate. Sure, I say, because I don't want to disappoint him. The projection! Oh, the projection is strong. I was at, you know, when you're young and you go to parties at your parents' friend's house, you hang out with their friends' kids who you don't really have anything in common with, so you just sit there awkwardly. I was at one of those events when the other kids were like, let's watch Insidious 2. And I hated it because it was just like jump scare after jump scare. And I do not like those that much because I've always been a bit sensitive to horror in a way. I can watch horror movies now. I don't love the ones that are just like constant jump scares like Insidious 2 was. But like I can handle them better now. But watching Insidious 2 sucked because it was just like over and over, and a lot of them were just like the fake out ones that are just cheap. And I was like, oh, fuck that. Anyways, back to the story. Sure, I say, because I don't want to disappoint him. He giggled and put the movie in. My fingers twisted with each other because horror movies make me nervous. Of course, I nearly fall out of my seat on the first scare. Jesus, Gerard, it's just the main title, Frank said. I gulped. I'm just a little scared of horror movies. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder and pulled me in. Don't be scared. I'm right here. I smiled and rested my head on his shoulder. That made me feel a little better. Throughout the whole movie, I was jumping every few minutes and clung right to Frank's side. He didn't seem to mind. Once it was over, he clicked the TV off and we sat in the dark, our sides still pressed together. Okay, movie over. My sense of timing was also pretty bad in my writing. I felt his lips gently brush my cheek. So we can order the pizza, watch another movie, do something else. Your choice, he mumbled in my ear. I turned to him, his face lightly outlined in the darkness. I think I'd like to kiss you, then order food and watch a less terrifying movie. His face got closer to mine, a smile that was still visible. Sounds like a plan. At least there's some consent this time. Clapping for a rare moment of communication in this fucked up story. Our lips collided. My arms rested around his waist, my hands touching the small of his back. Frank had his fingers in my hair. He tugged slightly, and I moaned a little. You don't know anything, baby. Hush. I'm gonna slap your wrist. He pulled away slightly. It's so funny when you moan. He giggled, resuming the kiss. His tongue slipped into my mouth and he climbed on top of me. Fuck, he's so hot. Breaking away for a second, he mumbled to me, "Do you want to stay the night?" I mumbled back. His lips worked down my jaw and my neck. Just as long as you don't mean it in a sexual way, yes. I'm so, like, the logic is so wild. I cannot get over how wild the romantic timeline is. There was no reason to put that bathroom scene in. Zero. 'Cause it doesn't even make sense. Oh my god, why did I write it? No one needed this. No one needed that scene, but I wrote it anyway and I published it online. It doesn't even make sense in the story. I'm losing it. Oh, fine, he smirked against my skin. Then Frank found a spot just above my collarbone and began to suck and bite lightly. My breath caught in my throat. Dude, my mom is going to see that hickey. He laughed a little. Doesn't she know you're on a date with a guy that wants to suck on your neck? Actually, I told her I was going to a friend's house with Mikey to study. She doesn't know I'm gay. He pulled away slightly so we were almost touching noses face to face. Well, that makes two of us that are in the closet. I like that I had to put in the closet in quotes. I kissed him lightly, the small gesture lingering for a few seconds. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. We can resume this later. He smiled and kissed my forehead. Awesome. Frank jumped off me and turned on a light, temporarily blinding both of us. He then picked up the phone and called up the pizza place. Once he was done, he sat down on the couch beside me again. I mumbled. Does this mean we're dating? He looked down at me. Only if you want it to. I want to. I really do. You're an incredible person, and I like you a lot, but... But, he questioned. I exhaled. You flirt with everyone. You give out BJs, like free candy. I don't know if you'd commit, and I don't want to end up hurt. He nodded slightly, keeping his eyes fixed on the blank TV. I don't want to hurt you. I like you a hell of a lot. But, I asked. He shook his head. I wasn't going to add anything. I want to be with you, Gerard. I smiled a little. I want to be with you too. So, you're my boyfriend now, he said. I guess I am, I said, kissing his cheek. He finally cracked a smile. Rad. Rad. Author's note. Oh god, this chapter kind of sucked because I was exhausted and multitasking with watching Bob's Burgers, parentheses, good show. How was I multitasking watching a show and writing? That's witchcraft. I could never, I can't write things if there's, a conversation in the other room. So I don't know how I did that. Credit to Flutter Die, my friend, for the sex machete joke. Now you know who to send hate mail to. Just kidding, don't do that, don't do that. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Now let's read some comments. Let's read some comments. People are loving my titles. Someone was reading this in class and saying that they were shrieking and smiling in the middle of class. Ugh. I hate that I'm sometimes nostalgic for high school. I wasn't having a good time, but also my brain is but it was simpler. And there were fun moments in between all of the depression. Stop it. Someone was like, dude, I'm blushing. I don't even know why. And then someone replied, same. It's because we were basically asked out by Frank in a tux to pizza and a movie and possibly sexy times. So people are catching on to the self-insert fantasy of it all. Ugh. When Gerard came home to sounds from Mikey's room, people are like, my Mikey baby is pure and small. And I'm like, and someone said, would you guys like anything? Some snacks? A condom? Mikey lost his purity. Oh my god. So this was still pre-me. It was in between the first and second time I saw Frank live after I wanted to meet him, but my parents wanted to leave as quickly as possible, so I couldn't get to meet him. And I was really, really upset about it. Ted Cruz Fieri, that person was like, I mentioned the predicament of not being able to meet him, and they were like, you can tell me your name and I'll tell him that you say hi. And I was like, oh my god. And they say Frank says hello. I would have recorded it, but my phone ran out of space. And they didn't get to meet him either, so we can be sad together. They yelled at a quiet moment that you said hi. He also said my name was really cool. Holy shit, that's wild. Oh, that's so fun. Oh my gosh. Shout out. Shout out to Stucky on You, Ted Cruz Fieri. You're a real one. You definitely made my fucking life in that moment. Thank you. With the horrible sex machete joke. Someone said, ah yes, the sex machete, previously seen in 50 Shades of Grey where it became popular. The sex machete. Hashtag Frank Tops 2K15. I know for a fact I used that tag on Instagram at least once. That was so prolific in the fandom. I have a fortune from a fortune cookie on my wall that I opened like the same day I got tickets to one of those shows. And it said, when the moment comes, take the top one. And I was like, it's a sign! Another note to me for private notes. The fact, oh my god, the subconscious projection is strong. I didn't even think about it, but this was definitely during the time where I had a crush on Maggie, and we watched Insidious 2, and I was clinging to her the entire time. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. And she was reading this. Oh my god. I didn't even consider the fact that I was just, here, take this, since your ass want to project. This hurts. Oh my god. Another joke that I forgot about, when Frank, smiles at the end and says, rad. I forgot that in this era, every single time he retweeted someone on Twitter, he would say, rad, RT. Ooh, god damn. I need to pee. Yeah, Ziggy? Are you gonna read my fanfiction for me? He's such a good host. All right, we're gonna take it down a notch in terms of volume. Let's get intimate. It's mostly just because I heard my family come home. Also, I hope you guys... It's not really on screen. I'm sorry, I'm grabbing my crotch. No, I have my little belt buckle. I probably should have just added it to the background, but it's on my body. 2, 3 chapters left. Dear God, this thing never ends. Chapter 11. Romeo and Julian, parentheses, date, part 2. The doorbell rang. Pizza's here, Frank said to me, standing up to answer it. I couldn't get the smile off my face. Frank fucking Iero is my boyfriend. He's mine. Come and get it, Frank said to me from the other room. I stood and took a paper plate and a slice of pizza. I laughed. I'm loving this fancy dishware. Is it China? He rolled his eyes at me. Yes, because it's abnormal to eat pizza off the cheapest of plates. He began walking into the living room. I gave him a look. Aren't you going to have some dinner? Oh, dear God. Grod. Oh, dear Grod. Even Grod can't save us. He avoided my gaze and shrugged. Concern chipped at me. Please eat. At least a slice. Frank sighed. Do I have to? If you want to get better and not stay in a hospital, yes. Fine, he said, grabbing a slice. I'm only doing this for you, and my own sanity. Great. You know how, a partner can just magically cure you of your eating disorder? You know how that's a thing? By just telling them to eat? I don't love it. We sat down on the couch, flipping through channels. Commercial, infomercial, sitcom, soap opera, commercial. Stop, I said when Frank hit a movie I actually like. He gave me an, are you actually being serious that you like this trash look? I got a little embarrassed. I totally like it ironically. It's a dumb movie. Oh, really? You almost jumped out of your seat like a little girl who sees a puppy. Once again, can we stop with the infantilization of romantic interests. That would be nice if we didn't do that. Okay, so what if I kind of like High School Musical a little bit? Can we watch it? He frowned. You're lucky I like you enough to agree to watch this crap. I grinned. Hell yes. Okay, but one question. You like metal, but you also like this unrealistic shit fest. Ebony Darkness, tell us how you really feel. Correct. He smiled at me. You are officially crazy. She's so crazy, love her. I winked and took a bite of pizza. Ah, the delights of cheesy television, cheesy romance, and cheesy pizza. That's actually kind of a cute line. Frank stood up. Oh, I almost forgot about the wine. He returned a minute later with a bottle and 2 plastic cups. I see you're going fancy with the glasses too. Only the classiest for my lovely boyfriend. He poured some of the dark purple into a cup. This sounds like grimace juice. He poured some of the dark purple in a cup and handed it to me. I took it graciously. After sipping it, I realized this is some of the worst tasting wine I've ever had. This isn't very good, I pointed out to him. He took a drink and nodded. You are quite right, but whatever. I'll drink it anyway. I'm in it for the effect. I shrugged and drank some more. This stuff is really nasty. Pizza can barely mask it, but I drank anyway. About halfway through the movie, I started to get drunk. Dear Lord. How many cups did I drink? Oh, who cares? Frank was being funny. He began singing along to the movie even though he didn't know the lyrics. I laughed too hard. She's so quirky. His mood changed suddenly. I'm really tired. Can we go to bed? I nodded. I need to call my brother to make an excuse for me, I said, punching in his number in my phone. Hold on. I thought they had an excuse that was like, Gerard told his mom that he and Mikey were sleeping over at someone's house. Plot hole alert, ding ding ding. Mikey picked up on the 4th ring. Hey Gerard. Psst, Mikey, I'm at Frank's house. I'm staying over for the night. Tell Mom I have an excuse. Make something up, I whispered into the phone. I do like the line, tell Mom I have an excuse. Gerard, are you drunk? I laughed. You can't prove that. He sounded concerned. Don't do anything dumb, okay? Look, I'm not gonna have sex with him, but I bet his penis is huge, I whispered again. No, listen to me. Don't do anything dumb. I'll make an excuse, but if I find out you two screwed while drunk, I'm going to tell Mom it was a lie. All right, that's good. We have some morals. Guys, we found a moral. Mikey coming in with the mom advice again, and it's actually good advice. Don't have sex with people you haven't had sex with before while you're drunk, and even if you have had sex before, talk it over. Don't just take it as a given. Be responsible and safe. I sighed. Fine. See you later, alligator. I giggled at my own joke. Babe. Bye, drunken 6-year-old. Again with the infantilization. Oh, I'm going to go insane. I hung up and threw my arms in the air. I can stay the night. But Frank was asleep on the floor under the blanket we were sharing. A little snore escaped his tired lips. He looked so adorable. I poked his cheek. Let's go to bed. He groaned and sat up. Help me stand. I hooked my arms under his armpits. With a grunt, I lifted him up so he was standing. Suddenly, he turned to me. Do you know the story of Romeo and Julian? You mean Romeo and Juliet? No, Romeo and Julian. It's like that, but a whole lot gayer. We're like Romeo and Julian. We walked to his little room that was only a little bigger than closet-sized. How are we like them? Well, one, we are hella gay, and 2, we like each other a lot. He slurred. Okay, Chloe from Life is Strange. Go to bed, babe. I pulled back the blanket. Get into bed, Romeo. Fine, but you're coming with me, Julian. He grabbed my shirt and pulled me down to the mattress. He wrapped his arms around me and I did the same to him. His snores resumed almost immediately. Soon enough, I drifted off too. Mercifully short chapter. Author's note. Bad chapter. Short chapter. Sorry. I'm tired as hell and extremely stressed out. Oh, bud. Lucky for you, I had a long car ride to Vermont, perfect for writing. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Alright. Comments. Oh my god, apparently when it says Frank fucking Iero is my boyfriend, apparently I did write Frank fucking Lero with a lowercase l instead of an uppercase I to see if anyone noticed, and someone did. Oh my god, all the prizes to you, Super Hulot Killjoy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't make fun of that name. I made my own Super Hulot name for myself, and myself only, because no one else, why would anyone else have these three very specific fandoms? I called myself Dr. Hoot Lock, as in Doctor Who, Owl City, and Sherlock. So, glass houses. The vast majority of comments are very into the High School Musical reference. I just got a voicemail from the surgery place about a consultation for top surgery. Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, it made me so happy. Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh. And I'm glad I got it on camera. Okay, so this is the last published chapter, but there is a draft for another chapter, and I checked. There is actual content inside of the draft. It's not just a title with nothing in it. It is a real draft. So, exclusive content coming right to ya. But for now, Chapter 12, We're Screwed. It had been a while since I've gotten this hungover. I groaned and rolled over to look at Frank, who had his face buried beneath the blanket. His eyes were still shut, his breathing steady. It isn't smart of me to be with him. I know this. Girl, the melodrama. But once in a while, you just have to take a chance. If you change your mind, honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Frank's eyelids fluttered sleepily. The movement then turned into a pained flinch when the light hit his eyes. Oh, fuck, he grumbled. I feel awful. How about you? My brain feels like it's being hit over and over again with a bat, so I'm great. Through my squinting eyes, I saw his mouth pull up in a dumb grin. I just woke up next to the infamous Gerard Way. I smiled slightly, and I next to the infamous Frank Iero. He bopped my nose. He bopped my nose. Want me to make coffee? Before I could respond, a rumbling sound came from outside, followed by a car door slamming shut. Of course we can't have nice things in this house. This is trauma porn after all. Frank gave me a panicked look. Fuck. He wasn't supposed to be home till noon. Quick, hide under my bed. He frantically pushed me on the floor and I got under the bed rapidly. My heart was beating hard in my chest. The mattress above me depressed when Frank got back on it. He grabbed a guitar from a stand and began playing a Smashing Pumpkins song to look more natural. Footsteps approached the door and stepped through. It was his dad. Frank, why are you up this early? The gruff voice said. Why are you here this early? Frank replied emotionlessly, still plucking his guitar. The pair of feet I could see shifted. Complications with Steph. She's pissed at me. Apparently someone told her I cheated when I didn't. 'Cause everyone just tells each other everything, the truth all the time. Now we both know that's not true, right? Frank ceased playing. Because you think people's emotions are playthings, right? Others don't matter. Moms didn't matter. Why are we getting into this? He's initiating this conversation now? What is he doing? Knowing that Gerard is under the bed, hearing all of this. And his dad doesn't seem to be super angry at first. Why is he just poking the bear? The voice got angrier. Don't drag her into this. Frank sighed and began playing again. I don't want to argue right now. It seems like you do. Fine then. Explain why there's 2 used wine cups in the living room. I tensed up. I could almost feel Frank do so too. Come on, you let me drink all the time. I wanted to see if I could do two at once. Frank's dad sighed. Okay, well, I'll be in my room. Don't bother me. The door shut and the footsteps got fainter and fainter. Frank got off the bed and helped me out. I'll drive you home. Go out through the window and crouch beside the house. Why can't I go out the door with you? Your dad will probably be too busy jaying off to pay attention. Dear Lord. Time and place. And you did it at my birthday dinner. Also, of course you can't go out the door, dumbass. That's 2 pairs of feet. We can't be too careful. He may hear us. Just do it. I'll be out in a sec. With a sigh, I opened the window and climbed out as carefully as I could. By accident, I got caught in a pricker bush. I swore under my breath. Frank came out of the house a few minutes later and grabbed me rapidly. We have to go. Now. I'm caught on this dumb bush, I said, tugging on my caught shirt. Prickers pressed into my skin, leaving 1,000 little white scratches. Frank somehow lifted me up and carried me to the car. No, he didn't. I had no logic. There's no logic here, only trauma porn. I heard a ripping sound and saw my shirt had a few rips. Damn, I love this shirt. Get in now, Frank commanded, and I obliged, cursing about my torn clothes. Without pausing to put on a seatbelt, he pulled out of the driveway and sped off. He looked over at me briefly. Are you okay? I nodded. Yeah, my shirt tore a little though. Are you okay? He clenched his jaw. He was suspicious. He was watching as we left. My heart sunk. Oh God, what? Are you in trouble? Probably. The fact I had a boy in the house without saying anything kind of indicates that we are more than friends. My dad isn't very supportive of gay people. We turned a corner and drove down a dirt road in a forest. He stopped at the end of the road, which turned out to be a dead end. It's a dirt road in a forest, but also everything is like within walking distance. I don't get that. I did not think out the spatial reasoning of the town. The mysterious town where Collinsfield High is, I guess. Is it Collinsfield? Who knows? He stopped at the end of the road, which turned out to be a dead end. You would think he would know his own road that he lives on. Even after we stopped, his hand still gripped the wheel with white knuckles. Tears rolled down his cheeks. I hate this. I hate my life. I hate me. Baby girl, chill out with the angst. It's getting tiring and sad. I touched his tear-soaked cheek gently and turned him towards me. It's not your fault. Life is too short for so much sorrow. What's that from? What did I steal that from? I know it's from something. Was it like Alice in Wonderland or something? Or... No! It was from American Horror Story Season 1. The lady who was married to the Black Dahlia killer and killed her demon baby was like, life is far too short for so much sorrow. Babe. It's not your fault. Life is too short for so much sorrow. I can't do this. I can't, he mumbled. I leaned over and kissed his salty cheek lightly. Yes, you can. You are very strong, Frank, and I'm here. I'll be here as long as you need me. I want to, give this to my therapist and just be like, here's how my brain worked as a child. Here are my traumas and my baggage. You can just pick through it in your own time. I placed my arm around him and pulled him in. He leaned his head on my shoulder. I'm sorry this is happening to you, I said. I'm sorry he doesn't accept you. I'm sorry he slapped you. Frank sat up rapidly. How did you know that? Fuck my big mouth. I'm so glad there are no comments on that line. Okay, I said awkwardly. Confession. Story time, confession. I did follow you out of the hospital and I saw him hit you. I'm sorry he did that. You don't deserve that shit in your life. He turned away. I told you not to follow me. My stomach fell to my shoes. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm worried about you, Frank. I don't want your sympathy, he replied coldly. Please, just answer me this. Was that the first time he's hurt you? He stared straight ahead. That was the only time. It doesn't seem that way. Girl. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel. I deserve it. I deserve everything. I hate myself. How many times has he hurt you? I questioned with tears in my eyes. 4, but I deserve worse. I deserve to be dead. I placed my hands on his cheeks and looked in his raw eyes. Don't ever say that again. Ever. I don't think you deserve that. Now, what I want you to do is get out of the car so I can properly hug you, and then I am driving us to my house where we will relax and forget about your asshole dad for a while, okay? He nodded and climbed out of the car. I did too, and met him in the front. My arms wrapped around him and held him close. My lips kissed his head. You're too important to me to be feeling this way. He put his face in my neck. Thank you, Gerard. Thank you. Author's note. Sorry I haven't updated in a while. I am a lazy fuck. Still true. If I'm honest, I just haven't felt like writing lately. Sorry this chapter is short too. Have a lovely day, Killjoys. Sidonia. And I didn't update it ever again, but we have that bonus content to look forward to. Comments. No one caught the American Horror Story stolen line. People were like, please, I'm waiting for an update. Can you please update? Oops. A couple people were like, aw, I remember this fic. It was one of my firsts. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Ooh, all right. So that is the end of the published chapters. But now we have secret chapter 13 titled Not So Good. This is a reference to an inside joke that me and my friend had because one day I found a drawing in like an old notebook or something of an elf or something, and I had written next to it an elf ... not so good. Chapter 13, Not So Good. Hey Mikey, pass the joint. Bits of conversation from Mikey's room drifted into mine. I sighed, putting my sketchbook down and switching off the Arctic Monkeys CD that was repeating for the 3rd time. I still fuck with Arctic Monkeys, let's be real. I don't know if it says what CD it was, but I'm guessing it would have been AM. The afternoon is stale. I fucking hate Sundays. It's like saying, hey, congratulations on making it through the week. Now kiss your last free moments goodbye as you prepare to endure hell again. Oh, and you forgot all that homework too. Every day's like Sunday. Ugh, I don't want to spend this Sunday just being sad and anxious for tomorrow. Maybe I'll call Frank. I got up and walked to the windowsill where I left my phone, and almost jumped out of my skin when I saw Frank's face staring at me from the tree outside my window. That's the real insidious horror jump scare. It's just seeing, like, I don't care whose face it is. If I randomly saw a face in my window as I was going towards it, I would jump out of my skin. I would punch the window. Oh yeah, it did say almost jumped out of my skin. Yeah. I would have. That's literal horror movie scenario. I opened it and helped my boyfriend inside. What's going on? Why do you have a giant backpack? I asked. He set down the bag on the ground. I need your help. What's up? After giving me a quick peck on the cheek and making me blush like hell, he dug through the bag. I haven't played a good prank in a while. And that's the end. I need therapy after this. Dear Lord. Before I have my closing thoughts, one more bit of extra content is the planning doc that I had for this fanfiction in all its detailed glory. He's the prettiest boy at the party. Side note, goes to Collinsfield High. Frank falls through G's roof because Frank and Mikey, ugh, that hurt. Because Frank and Mikey are friends, but G doesn't know. Well, that didn't come to fruition. G is hella gay, but pretends to be straight. See character details. Frank gives out BJs like free candy. See character details. Help me. F and G start talking more. Frank is flirty and G is trying to look straight. F climbs through G window at 2 a.m. wanting to go swimming in a local lake, even though it's like November. Learn a little about Frank and his eating disorder, parentheses, anorexic. General sassing assholes at school, etc. Mikey shows up with Pete and Ray, who he became friends with without G knowing. Patrick asks out G. Frank crashes date. Frank and G yell at each other because Frank really likes G, but is confused. G is mad because he still has feelings for Frank. Parentheses, quote, "You're really fucking with my head, Frank." Frank tries to teach G guitar, gets stuck in Sweet Home, Alabama, which I'm pretty sure happened in my life. Mikey should punch an asshole in the face. Later we find out that Haley was turned down harshly by Frank too, that's why she hates him. And that's all I planned. We have many things to discuss. I'm gonna make a list. Okay. Did you survive till the end of the saga? I don't know if I did. I have a lot of closing thoughts. This was a much more emotional experience than I thought it would be. I mean, I probably should have guessed, considering I have a horrible tendency to write very self-inserty stuff, even now. But dear Lord, it was strong. I think I'll start by addressing the big thing, mainly the portrayal of trauma and abuse and how that can impact a relationship. I'm going to tell you what I wish I could have told myself at this age. It's something that I've had to continuously learn over and over in my life. Mainly that it's not your responsibility to carry the weight of someone else's trauma in a relationship. I know it's always glorified in media to be the rock that someone needs and to carry that weight for them because that's romantic, and it'll usually in fiction help solidify that relationship and help them fall even harder for each other. It's not healthy and it's not cute. During the time I was writing this fan fiction, I was in a very emotionally abusive friendship that definitely echoed the relationship portrayed here a fair amount. Namely that he would always vent to me when he was upset and would always say like he wanted to die, he like hated himself, he didn't deserve anything. And I would always be there like, no, you do, you're wonderful, I love you so much, I want to help you get through this. And sometimes he would lash out at me when he was in these moods. But then afterwards, he would love bomb me and be like, no, you're such an amazing friend. I don't even deserve you. You're so wonderful. I should just leave you alone. And I wanted to be that rock for other people. And I still do. And I'm working on it. One person at a time, one relationship at a time. I am working on shedding this habit. If any of you happen to be struggling with this same sort of issue, I cannot recommend this book enough. It's called You Don't Owe Anyone by Caroline Garnett McGraw. This book saved me. It's all about realizing that you don't have to carry other people's weight, and it's not selfish to take care of yourself first. I won't get too into it, but this book really did save me. Please read it if you struggle with these same feelings. And with that emotionally abusive friend that I had, you know, in this fan fiction, I never showed Gerard struggling with how he's responding to Frank's mental illness and abuse. Like, in the fan fiction, Gerard just absorbs all of it and is the perfect rock, emotional rock for him. That doesn't reflect real life. In reality, when I was in a similar relationship, I struggled to just absorb all of this negativity from someone else who I saw as struggling more than me. But in reality, being that emotional rock, it takes a lot out of you. It is draining. And it's okay to not be that for someone. It's okay to prioritize your own mental health. You don't owe anyone. This is me at the end of the editing process, about to post it. Dear God, this has been so much of editing. My computer has hired a hitman on me for the things I've put it through. She's just a 2017 MacBook Pro. She can't handle this 4.5 hour video. But I just wanted to pop back in again because I had a few other thoughts that I wanted to include and clarify and all that stuff. First of all, if you, dear viewer, were in any of the situations that I depicted here and reacted in similar ways to the characters, and, you know, I made fun of those characters for acting a certain way, know that I don't mean it to you, real life person. I'm making fun of my old writing. If these things have happened to you, I deeply, deeply sympathize with you, and I'm very sorry, and I hope you're healing. And if it was your experience, please let me know in the comments. I feel like I didn't do a great job explaining exactly why this relationship that I had with an emotionally abusive friend was bad. To sum it up, the cycle would be that he would self-deprecate and rant about his depression, and I would try to help, either, you know, the "it's okay, I love you, I'm here for you no matter what" type, or, you know, coming up with constructive ways to tackle the issues in his life. 3, he would shut down any recommendations I gave, either saying that he's the worst and he doesn't deserve love and all that stuff. 4, he might lash out at me and invalidate my feelings about him and say, like, you know, nobody loves me, that sort of thing, when I was saying, I do love you. Step 5, I would leave the conversation. And finally, step 6, he would apologize and send a long paragraph about how much he loves me and values our friendship and how he doesn't deserve a nice friend like me. And I would get roped back in, and the cycle would continue. I think this fanfic was kind of like a subconscious wish fulfillment fantasy where I could be the perfect emotional rock like Gerard. If I'm strong enough to take on other people's emotions, then everything will be okay. I've pulled some quotes from this book that I wanted to share because they feel very valuable to the conversation, and they explain it better than I can. Being in this kind of relationship can make you a worse person too. It happened to me. To quote McGraw, interacting over and over again when we really don't want to actually erodes our ability to be kind. It leads to resentment and anger. And yeah, that really happened with me in this specific relationship. Towards the end of it, I started getting really fed up with the cycle that he always put me through. I inevitably ran out of patience and, you know, caps lock yelled at him, "You aren't listening to me when I say I love you." Being in this kind of dynamic for a long period of time can even screw up your relationships going forward. Quoting McGraw, "When you've spent years overriding feelings of discontent or aversion in order to please other people, you're out of touch with your natural instincts. This makes you tremendously vulnerable to exploitation. Instead of trusting your body's wisdom when it says, 'Danger, don't go there,' you immediately rationalize what's making you uncomfortable and then blame yourself." So yeah, being in this kind of dynamic can kind of screw with the way you sense danger in, you know, relationships going forward. And eventually I realized how poorly he was treating me, and I distanced myself from him. Quoting McGraw, "This is a very hard truth. Some people do not have our best interests at heart, and no matter how much we love them, they may not be willing or able to treat us with respect." If there is just one piece of advice, one little phrase that I hope that you carry with you after this video, it is, my happiness is 100% my responsibility. That goes for every single person. Everyone is responsible for their own happiness. You can't make other people happy for them. They have to be able to make themselves happy to a certain extent. That is a piece of advice that I wish I had back in the day when I was writing this. Everyone can only make themselves happy in the end. You can't fix things for other people. I have a few more quotes from McGraw. This quote really sort of encapsulates what it's like to be in this situation. Loving someone who engages in highly dysfunctional behavior requires big-time bravery. It requires that you get really honest about what you can and cannot tolerate, what does and does not feel safe for you. For those of us who have witnessed and endured abuse, taking care of ourselves and setting boundaries can feel an awful lot like betrayal. And in a sense it is, because it means that we're questioning the old rules and shattering the story of self-sacrifice. This quote basically speaks to the fact that for a long time I had that belief of self-sacrifice, of being the emotional rock, being able to take on everyone else's burdens. That isn't realistic, it isn't healthy, and I had to divorce myself from that idea, that concept, that story of self-sacrifice, emotional self-sacrifice, because I can't do that. And I think a lot of people can't. In fact, I would say most people can't. And in doing so, it becomes self-respect. I also just wanted to clarify, this doesn't mean that you shouldn't help someone you care about who is struggling. Obviously you should. That's what being a good friend is. But there is a point. There is a limit. And I think that finding that limit for yourself is unbelievably important. I'm still kind of learning it. And going back to that quote about, you get used to overriding those feelings of discontent and overriding those feelings of, this is getting uncomfortable, this is getting too much for me, this is crossing some emotional barriers for me, but I'm gonna quiet that fact so that I can continue being emotionally available for this person. I have done that so much in the past with so many relationships that I genuinely really struggle with that now. I've gotten so used to just shutting down those emotions that I don't realize when I'm hitting my limit. And then all of a sudden I have a meltdown, or suddenly I hit my limit, and then all of the red flags that I had been pushing down suddenly come flooding back in, and I'm like, oh yeah, I should have realized this sooner, that this relationship isn't healthy. It does make you very vulnerable to exploitation. It makes you very vulnerable to codependent people that will take advantage of you. I would always immediately rationalize what was making me sad, what was making me uncomfortable, and I would blame myself. Just like the good book says. This is my Bible. But yeah, this is all just me sharing my own experience. These are just the diary entries of someone who has been a professional doormat. I should release a book called Doormat Diaries that's just about this, because that's what my life has been. And I'm also not saying that I was the perfect person in any of my past relationships. I certainly wasn't. I have a lot of things I'm working out. Oftentimes in these relationships, I got really worn down and irritable and frustrated when I didn't set my emotional boundaries, because I got so used to shoving those down and being like, it's okay, I can handle this, and not listening to myself. And I think it's just important to talk about this. I know that there are other people out there who have probably been in similar situations to me, and as much as we should definitely have a space for talking about being emotionally available for people to an extent, it's very good to be there for your friends and family and loved ones. But I think it's very, very important and not talked about enough that it's okay to not be able to handle other people's baggage and emotions. And it's okay to listen to yourself and set your own emotional boundaries. Also, it's not the worst portrayal ever, but I really don't like how I portrayed Frank's mental illness and abuse, and how it was always paired with cute moments with Gerard. It was always paired with some kind of romantic moment. It's really gross and insidious and sort of reinforces that toxic belief of, I can save him, I can be that rock for him, I can absorb all of his sadness and just be supportive and loving all the time, no matter what. Because I was using Frank's mental illness and abuse as reinforcement for the romance plot, it really doesn't do his mental struggles justice in the narrative, because I was just using it as something to deepen his bond with Gerard. So not only was it reinforcing the harmful trope of I'm gonna carry his burden, but it also didn't do the topic of mental illness and abuse justice. Once again, it's not the worst that's out there. Once again, I am looking at you, Colleen Hoover. I'm looking at you, E.L. James. I see you, and I don't like you. Also, in between, which ones? In between chapter 10 and chapter 11, I came out as trans when I was writing this. I don't know why I didn't mention it here, but yeah, it was March 31st, 2015. I came out as non-binary, or gender fluid at the time, but for me, those labels are interchangeable in my case. And once again, the first chapter of this was published almost exactly 9 years ago, and while I was filming this today, I got a call from the top surgery clinic about making an appointment for a consultation. So I'm not gonna start crying. But it's really nice to sort of take a moment to appreciate how far I've come. You know, with gender, with emotional maturity, with how I handle relationships, how I write, all the things that have changed so much and the things that don't change. And the fact that even back then, I not so subtly just wanted to be an emo twink. And now I'm finally there. Okay, let's bring the tone back up. Let's bring back the energy. Let's get a little bit more energy in here. Let's get our minds out of the sad places, out of the trauma, out of the darkness. Who am I kidding? It's all darkness, baby. But I'm genuinely kind of surprised at the quality of writing that I had. Like, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. I mean, like, I will admit the locations especially, basically anything that wasn't dialogue, I barely described. Oh my god, it was so dialogue heavy. I was like, you fill in the blanks. But then, like, when I did bother to actually describe the surroundings or, like, how things felt or sounded, all of these sensory things that, you know, you like in a book, whenever I did bother to do those, they were actually pretty good. They were descriptive, they set the mood. I'm surprised. Also, I you know, putting aside all of the problematic elements of the trauma romance dynamic, putting all that aside, I thought that the character writing was actually pretty good. Like, there was good conflict. There were, you know, fairly strong character dynamics, though not always, you know, consistent. Like, I genuinely thought this would be worse. I'm like, you know what? You little baby weirdo. You're not that bad. You're not that bad, babe. I also have a few final story notes that I forgot to mention, namely, where the fuck did Haley go? As soon as she and Lindsay got together and Frank and Gerard got together, she just left the picture. Same with Patrick. You know, once again, on the theme of, like, I'm gonna find one person we are going to emotionally latch together, and then everyone else can fuck off. I don't need anyone else in my life. Now that we're at the end, I have a little announcement to make. I have secured a book deal and a movie deal for He's the Prettiest Boy at the Party. It's going to be on the big screen. It's going to be playing in the theater down the hall from 50 Shades Darker and the After movie, or was it a series? I don't know. All I'm saying is, if E.L. James can get published with that drivel, then I think I deserve to get published. And I'll make sure to change things as little as possible as well. And also, one last little emotional thing, but if anyone who read these in the moment and commented and engaged on my fan fictions when I was writing them, if you happen to be watching this, I want to say thank you so much for supporting my writing at this time. I cannot begin to tell you how much reading those comments just made me so happy at a time where not a lot of things were going well for me. It pushed me to write, and it pushed me to express myself creatively on the internet. And here I am now, expressing myself creatively on the internet, for better or worse. And to all the old commenters, I hope you are doing well. I hope that you are healing. I hope you didn't start smoking or drinking because of my fanfictions. I hope that you are leading healthy, happy lives. And I hope we'll all carry on together. All right. End of video. We are at the end of the video, finally. It's been 8 years. It's been 10 fucking years since I haven't seen your face round here. All right. I hope you survived. I hope you enjoyed this video, this insane, bonkers video. I don't know if this is even going to be interesting to anyone since it's very personally driven. But did you guys read MCR fanfiction, either then or now? And let me know what you thought of my edgy little cringe fic. My little trauma romance fanfiction where I imagined real people who are adults with their own lives as high schoolers with mental illness. Please comment your thoughts down below. I would love to hear what you think. And also, very important, if there are conversations down below regarding personal experiences with trauma, abuse, things of that nature, please be kind to each other. Please be sensitive. We all have our experiences, and I hope that we can have some good discussions and maybe heal together. I also forgot to record some outro bits, so here I am again. Sorry, the editing is going to be really bad in this section. This has been a wild ride. So my future top surgery is up in the air at the moment. We'll see if insurance covers it. But I wanted to keep in the bit of me getting the phone call because I think it's cute. I think it was a cute little moment that I got on camera. I'm keeping it in. And this was supposed to be a quick video. This was supposed to be a quick video to buy me more time with the Ace Attorney one. And it's turned into this. Why do I do this to myself? I knew it said the estimated time reading on Wattpad was like 1 hour and 22 minutes. And the other one, like the last one, the Pinkie Pie one, was like 15 minutes estimated reading. And the video was 45 minutes. I should have realized that this was going to be a very long video, but I didn't because I don't think with my brain. Yeah, I just didn't consider the fact that a longer fic would equal longer runtime and more editing. What the hell is wrong with me? And once again, if you are interested in getting one of these 2 pieces for yourself, enter the raffle. Details below. Details at the beginning of this video. There'll be a chapter. Go check it out. Please participate. Help fund Palestinian relief, please! And one more reason this video is taking me so long is because I am also in the midst of writing and illustrating a comic that I'm hoping to have done by the end of the year, but given my talent for estimating end dates, finish dates for projects, is probably going to be done by like 2028. It's probably going to end up being like 30 pages. That year-end date is looking doubtful, but that's my goal. That is my goal. And so I've been working on that while also editing this video. But yeah, I'm really excited about this comic. I'm not releasing too many details yet because I don't want anyone sniping my ideas. But it's gonna be really good. I'm so excited about it. And I'm not gonna make any more promises about when exactly the Ace Attorney video is happening. Summer? Maybe summertime? If you stay, I'll even wait all night. Or until my heart explodes. But I'm not gonna fuck around with any more fucking side videos, any more fanfic videos until that one's done, because I need it to be done. I need it to be done. And once again, I don't normally beg this hard, but please, if you've made it this far in the video and you like it, leave a like, a comment, a subscribe, a notification bell or whatever. I worked so hard on this video and it took a lot of emotional honesty and reflection. This video is very personal, isn't it? If you enjoyed it, engage with it. Comments, likes, subscribes, ding, ding, dong, doop, doop. Leave me a tip if you want. Macaroni trash. That's not the URL. If you're really feeling the emo love, leave me a tip at my Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com/macaronitrash. I would really appreciate it. Or just engage or donate to the raffle. Any of that would be lovely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. One last really quick thing I forgot to mention. I made a second channel over here. It's called Macaroni Trashy. Same username as this, but with a Y at the end. I'm going to be posting speed paints and other art videos like that over there, depending on engagement and what people seem to want. That's the last thing I forgot to add for this video. Thank you. Bye. I hope you all enjoyed this mess of a video. I hope you excuse my weird hair, ever-changing makeup, gay little hands, spitty little mouth. On that note, have a lovely day, Killjoys. And.